Hello to all my followers. How are you? Today, I'm welcoming you to the second season of What If Naruto Masters the Mist Element During the Chunin Exams? Remember, if you want more fanfics like that, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. It doesn't cost anything, and it really helps the channel. Now then, let's get started.
Chapter 26, S-Class Mission. We can see Hokage Tsunade at the top of the Hokage Tower, in the main office, sitting at her desk reading and analyzing various files. Beside her, her assistant Shizune is holding many more. Tsunade, what mission could I give them? She asks herself, thinking about Kakashi's team. Maybe a D-rank one to start with, she says, beginning to read the requests for that rank. However, just at that moment, a ninja bursts into the room. Lady Hokage, we just received a message from Tsunade, Hidden Sand Village. They have kidnapped the Kazekage, the shinobi said, to the Hokage's surprise and horror. Jiraiya, it was Akatsuki. They've already started acting, he says from the windowsill. Tsunade, Shizune, call Kakashi's team. She orders, but the girl hesitates. Shizune, Lady Tsunade, are you sure you want to send Naruto on this mission? She asks, uncertain about sending the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. The Sannin narrows his eyes at the girl. Tsunade, Naruto is perfectly capable of carrying out this mission, regardless of whether he is a Jinchuriki or not. He is still a shinobi, she states, and the girl nods before leaving the room. Jiraiya, do something about it with your student. Comments like that can cause problems, he says seriously. A short time later, the girl enters with the silver-haired boy and the jade-eyed girl. But there is no trace of the Uzumaki. Shizune, they're here, but I couldn't. She stops short upon seeing an explosion of mist in which the redhead appears. Naruto, I'm here, he says, observing the blonde Senju. Tsunade, punctual as always, Team 7, the Kazekage. Gaara has been kidnapped by Akatsuki, she says, seeing expressions of surprise on two of the team members. Tsunade is our ally, so we must support them. Their mission is to rescue the Kazekage. This is an S-rank mission, she says seriously, seeing two nods from the Jounin and the pink-haired woman, and a thoughtful expression on the redhead's face. Naruto, Gaara, the name echoes in his mind without yielding a result. He feels a familiarity with the owner of the name, but still cannot remember. Kakashi, understood, he says, abandoning his typical lazy expression. Guys, see you at the village entrance in 5 minutes, he says as he disappears in an explosion of smoke and leaves. The pink-haired girl and the Uzumaki leave the room to prepare for the mission. At the village entrance, we see the team gathering. The Hokage and Jiraiya are also there to say goodbye. Tsunade, very well, I wish you luck, she says, watching the three about to leave. Jiraiya, tadpole, he says, attracting the attention of the indifferent Uzumaki. Please be careful, he says, not wanting his student to get hurt or worse, to be kidnapped as well. Uzumaki simply nods, and together with his team, they begin the long journey to the village hidden in the sand. They advance through the forest, jumping from branch to branch. Sakura, Naruto, it's been 3 years since you encountered Akatsuki, right? She says, turning to look at her red-haired companion. Naruto, oh yeah, I don't remember, he says indifferently, as a drop of sweat appears on the back of the girl's neck. Kakashi, indeed, those who came for Naruto were Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, he says, and the girl tenses up a little at the mention of the Uchiha surname. Upon arrival, they will inform us of what happened, and then we will set off, he advises as they advance. They quickly arrive at the village and are greeted by a lady named Chio who tried to attack the silver-haired man because she thought he was Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, who was Kakashi's father. They are informed that the Kazekage's brother, Kankuro, is in critical condition as he was severely poisoned. The pink-haired girl, using what she learned in her training, uses a high-level technique with which she manages to extract the poison flowing through his body. Despite extracting most of the harmful substance, the jade-eyed woman claims that she still needs to prepare an antidote, so she and other medical ninjas set about creating one. In a moment of awareness, Kankuro gives them a piece of the Akatsuki mask so they can track him. He also earnestly asks Uzumaki to bring his little brother back, to which Uzumaki does not reply. They receive a message from the Hokage informing them that Team Guy is on its way to help them. The next day, everyone gathers to set out to rescue the Kazekage. Tamari wants to accompany them, but is informed that she must lead a border patrol squad and therefore cannot go with them. However, Lady Chiyo offers to accompany them, and they quickly set off to rescue the Kazekage, guided by the silver-haired man's summoning. Pakin. Following the trail, they arrive at the Land of Rivers. The silver-haired man orders the small dog to inform Guy's team that he is closer to that position. They continue advancing until a well-known member of Akatsuki gets in their way. Itachi. "It seems we meet again," he says neutrally. Kakashi. "Team, be careful not to look him in the eyes. If you do, you will be caught in a genjutsu," he says, observing the Uchiha. "You must fight by observing his feet and the rest of his body and thus anticipate his attacks," he explains, lifting his ninja headband to reveal his Sharingan eye. Chiyo. "I disagree. The best way is for one of us to act as bait for the genjutsu, while the rest attack," contradicts the silver-haired jounin, who is about to say something else but is interrupted. Naruto. "Sorry to interrupt, but this conversation is just boring me," he says indifferently, and the silver-haired man looks at him expressionlessly, while the old woman looks annoyed by his attitude but ignores them both. "Let's get to the important part. The decapitation," he says, bringing his hand to the hilt of his katana and disappearing into mist. The Uzumaki appears at great speed in front of Uchiha, swinging the katana towards his neck, but the raven-haired man dodges it by quickly retreating. Kakashi. "That speed is greater than what I use against myself." He thinks in surprise and realizes that the Uzumaki could have won that fight from the beginning. Chiyo. "That boy moved at an unprecedented speed," she exclaimed in surprise. She thought the boy was just another one of those modern-day shinobi without any skills. Itachi. "You've become faster, Naruto-kun," he says stoically as always. "But you should have listened to your sensei," he adds. The Uzumaki soon notices that the space around him begins to distort, change, and invert. He observes several shadows, silhouettes, and faces that he cannot recognize. Incessant screams that almost deafen him. "You're a monster. Freak. You don't deserve to live. Die already. You're nobody. You'll pay for what you did. I'll kill you." They scream and scream over and over again without stopping. But there comes a point when he comes out of his dazed state. Naruto. "And you should know that these tricks won't work against me," he says, and space distorts again. The shadows recede. The screams become distant, and the sound of breaking glass is heard, and thus the illusion shatters like glass falling into fragments, vanishing into nothingness. The Uchiha remains impassive as he thinks about what he saw in the illusion. The redhead has undoubtedly suffered a great deal. Naruto. "You guys continue, I'll take care of it," he says, looking over his shoulder at the others. "Go on," he says in a tone of voice that leaves no room for contradiction. The three remaining members stay there for a moment. The pink-haired girl looks at her companion with concern. Hataki looks at his student doubtful that he can face the Uchiha, while the old woman looks irritated at the redhead for being, according to her, so arrogant that he wants to face the Uchiha alone. Kakashi. "Let's go," he finally says, and the old woman nods, but the girl hesitates. Sakura. "Sensei, are we really going to leave Naruto?" she asks, doubtful about leaving her teammate. Kakashi. "Trust him, he'll be fine," he says, and the still hesitant girl nods. The three begin to move but are stopped again by the Uchiha. But the Uzumaki reappears swiftly and distracts him. The two fighters look at each other intently. Itachi. "I think you should have let your teammates help you," he says. Naruto. "There's a mission to accomplish, that's what should matter to you. If you stayed, you'd lose a lot of time," he says, and the Uchiha acknowledges to himself that it sounds reasonable. "Besides, you have a rather important lesson to learn, which I'll gladly impart," he says, and the Uchiha raises an inquisitive eyebrow. "You shouldn't play with other people's pain." He pauses, brandishing his katana to his right side and leaning against it, shifting his left foot forward and his right foot back. "Don't meddle in other people's hearts without their permission," he says firmly, narrowing his eyes and frowning. Chapter 27, Two prodigies clash. Itachi Uchiha versus Naruto Uzumaki. Without wasting any time, the Uzumaki lunges towards the raven-haired man, making a cut, but the Uchiha blocks it with a kunai. The redhead continues to exert force, and the katana pierces the kunai like a knife cutting through butter. The Uchiha steps back and sends a precise burst of shuriken, but the Uzumaki elegantly spins his sword around, deflecting and disabling the flying weapons. He attacks again and slashes the Akatsuki's torso, but his body disperses into crows that fly and circle around the Uzumaki. The crows converge again to form the Uchiha's body behind the redhead and place a kunai against his neck. Itachi, "It's all over," he says confidently as he brings the edge of the kunai close to the young swordsman's neck. Naruto, "That's not up to you," he says, disappearing into mist. Before the Uchiha can react, he reappears behind him and delivers a powerful kick that sends him flying. The Uchiha quickly recovers and suppresses any trace of surprise that may have formed on his face. Itachi, "Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage's Flame Jutsu," he says, expelling 100 small fireballs that quickly launch themselves at Uzumaki. The Uzumaki dances through the flames, effortlessly dodging them as he closes the distance between himself and the raven-haired man. Now close enough, he grips his sword tightly. Naruto, "Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Mist Slash," he says, sending a powerful horizontal slash, but the Uchiha manages to dodge it using his Sharingan. However, despite having retreated, he is shaken by the gust of wind released by the power of the cut. The Uchiha puts more distance between himself and the redhead and prepares for the next attack. Itachi, "Katan, Hosenka Tsumabini, Fire Release, Crimson Nails Phoenix Flower Flame," intones, sending out a large number of shuriken and expelling a series of flames in which the shuriken are enveloped. The Uzumaki looks indifferently at the shuriken engulfed in flames, raises his katana, bringing it back over his head with the blade pointing downwards. Naruto, "Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kaizen no Nagar, Mist Clearing Current," he recites, swinging the katana in a powerful circular cut. The effect is immediate and overwhelming. Swinging the katana releases such an intense gust of wind that all the flames are extinguished and the shuriken are sent flying. Many branches and leaves from the surrounding trees are torn off by the force of the current. Observing all this, the Uchiha finds it difficult to contain his surprise. Itachi, "I'll send everything flying with the force of the spin," he thinks, surprised by the skill and power behind that maneuver. Ever since he met the boy, he'd noticed that he exuded this aura of talent and skill, but the level of growth still surprised him. "Even with my Sharingan, it's difficult to keep up with his movements, not to mention that most Jinjutsu aren't effective." Since the fight began, he tried to trap the redhead in various illusions, but they dissolved at his touch. The redhead interrupts the Uchiha's internal monologues by appearing in front of him and delivering a powerful thrust, but the raven-haired man dissolves again into a flock of crows that fly and rejoin together to form the Uchiha once more. Itachi, "Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Element, Water Dragon Bullet," he says, condensing the water present in the environment into a large water dragon that coils and snakes before launching itself at Uzumaki. The dragon charges with its head towards the Uzumaki, but he jumps back, dodging the attack, spins several times in the air before placing his feet on a tree trunk and gaining momentum, lunging at the dragon that was already preparing to attack. Naruto, "Kasumi Kenjutsu," unleashes a great storm of cuts at a totally blinding and imperceptible pace in which only the reflection of light on the leaf is seen, which is blurred by the mist that is released. Kasumi no Nakamitsu, Light in the Mist, ends with his assault and falls to the ground elegantly like the water that impacts the inert ground. Itachi, "Suetun, Suigaden, Water Element, Water Fong Bullet," he chants, and then the water that had fallen to the ground comes back into motion and condenses into several spikes that impale and pierce the Uzumaki's body, who looks a little surprised. The Uchiha surveys the successful outcome of his strategy with a touch of smugness, but soon realizes it was actually a failure. The image of the redhead fades away, and the only trace of his presence is his now disheveled white Haori. From above falls a silhouette, which is revealed to be the Uzumaki who is now deprived of his Haori and is upside down and balancing his katana in a horizontal cut, but the Uchiha manages to move away in time to avoid being cut in two. Itachi, a secondary image, he thinks. It's not something more. He moved at such speed that the image became tangible and left his Haori behind to strengthen the mirage. He reasons. The redhead's speed never ceases to amaze him. He is quite sure that the Uzumaki moves at speeds greater than that of sound. The Uzumaki remains still for a moment while looking bored at his opponent. Naruto, I was planning to teach you a lesson so you stop playing with other people's pain, he says, surprising the Uchiha with the sudden start to the conversation. But now that I realize it, you're all filled with pain, he says, surprising the Uchiha even more. That aura surrounding you is full of pain, sadness, melancholy, but above all, great regret, he says, perceiving the sad and empty aura that the raven-haired man emits. The Uchiha remains silent, wondering how she could know all this. Soon after, the realization dawned on him. He had heard that the Uzumaki had the ability to perceive emotions in people's chakra, but the truth was, the accuracy with which she described him was quite impressive. Naruto, I honestly don't know what kind of things would give someone like you that aura, but it leads me to think there's more to you than meets the eye, he says thoughtfully. The truth is, even though the raven-haired man attacks him, he doesn't feel any hostility, which leads him to believe that he isn't really trying to kill him, maybe hurt him but not murder him. However, I don't have the time to find out, so this must end, he says, disappearing and leaving a trail of mist. The Uchiha can see the Uzumaki pass by him out of the corner of his eye, but it's too late. A line of light flashes across the Uchiha's neck, and the Uzumaki falls behind him, his katana already sheathed, before vanishing. As the Uzumaki disappears, the Uchiha's head slides from his neck, falling to the ground with a thud, as does his body. However, when the decapitated body fell to the ground, it was not that of the Uchiha. His onyx eyes blink before processing the information received. Next to him, his companion watches him intently. Kisame, so you lost, he says, but receives no response as the Uchiha gets up and starts walking, ready to reflect on certain things. Panting, the pink-haired girl evades the multiple black needles that the large puppet sends out. There comes a point where it is impossible for her to evade the needles and she is about to be riddled with them. But in the blink of an eye, her teammate appears in front of her and repeats the same feat as with the Uchiha and sends everything flying with a circular cut that releases a powerful current. Naruto, are you okay, pink-haired girl? He asks, looking at the jade-eyed girl who surprised him for a moment before smiling. Sakura, I'm fine, thank you Naruto, she says, and the Uzumaki simply nods. Naruto, I'd like to help you, but I think the weird guy needs help too, he says, and the girl nods, knowing that her sensei left a long time ago and is probably in trouble. Besides, the old woman is with you, so I think you have an advantage, she says, giving an impassive look to the old woman Chio. Sakura, it's true. Go help Kakashi-sensei. You already helped me too, she says gratefully. Naruto, I've seen the results of your training. I know you're more than capable of achieving it. You just need to put in a little more effort, he says, sheathing his katana. The girl looks at him in surprise before smiling and nodding. She is truly happy that her partner recognizes her growth, as he was the one who helped her and gave her the determination to reach this point. The Uzumaki disappears, leaving the girl with a more determined and resolute expression. The Uzumaki advances through the forest at high speed to catch up with the weird guy, as he usually calls him. In the distance, he sees several explosions, so he quickly heads towards that point. The silver-haired man is forced to evade the explosives that the blonde Akatsuki member constantly throws. The blonde man sends several birds made of what appears to be clay. The Jounin evades them, but 3 of them are about to hit him when they are sliced and fall to the ground in pieces. In front of the silver-haired man, the image of his red-haired student materializes, fixing his gaze on Akatsuki, who remains on his clay bird. Deidara, so you arrived, that's good. Today I captured 2 Jinchuriki, he says cheerfully, and the Uzumaki lets his gaze wander until it falls on the tail of the clay bird. Gaara the Kazekage, being held by the bird's tail. However, the Uzumaki remains static, frozen but expressionless. The reason, He can't perceive. No trace. Life in the Kazakage's life. So one thing comes to a conclusion. Gaara. This. Dead. Chapter 28. Unconscious Fury. Deidara. Oh, don't tell me you're angry. He is automatically silenced by the burst of a dense, bubbling crimson chakra. The Uzumaki remained static, feeling an irrational and motiveless anger. He had no reason to be enraged, but he was like this nonetheless. Red, bubbling chakra surrounds him, and four tails of condensed chakra swivel along his back. 2 strands of his hair rise, resembling fox ears. He opens his eyes, and the blue-violet gems are replaced by blood-red rubies, his pupils slitting like a predator's. Without further thought, the redhead lunges towards the Akatsuki like a great meteor. In the blink of an eye, the clay bird crumbles to pieces, and the blonde man begins his descent. The Uzumaki lands on a branch with the Kazakage's body on his shoulder, places him on the branch, and stares intently at him. Many feelings he can't put into words overwhelm him. A sadness he can't recognize, a fury he feels but doesn't know why. Is he like this because of the Kazakage's death? Do they know each other? What is this feeling? Why is he so sad about the redhead's death? Why is he so furious? Many questions for which she has no answer. She never remembers, it's always the same. The answer to her questions is always the same. She can't remember. Deidara, you'll pay for that, he says, pulling the Uzumaki out of his thoughts. He quickly sends several insect-shaped explosives at the Uzumaki, which begin to detonate as they approach. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kaizen no Nagar, mist-clearing current, swings the sword in a large circular cut, sending a powerful storm flying that sends the explosives and Akatsuki itself flying. Rising up furiously, the blonde intends to send more explosives. However, he is prevented from doing so as the redhead appears in front of him, sending a slash to his neck. The katana is enveloped by crimson chakra and pierces the blonde man's neck. However, the body explodes into smoke and all that remains is a tree trunk. Sensing a threat behind him, the Uzumaki vanishes into mist just as a large clay centipede lunges, quickly exploding into 100 cuts and turning to pieces. The Uzumaki stands right in the middle of the giant insect's remains. He looks up to see a very annoyed Akatsuki. He is about to send more explosives when the tree he is leaning on begins to wobble. He looks down and sees the trunk being cut into several segments. The blonde man looks up to see that the redhead is already in front of him. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Miss/. The katana is swung at the blonde's neck, and he can barely move away but is still sent flying by the pressure behind the attack. The blonde man lands wobbly on the ground and sees the Uzumaki, who lands on his feet looking at him indifferently. QB. He is furious but doesn't know why, and that only fuels his fury because of the frustration it generates. Deep down in his subconscious, he does know the reasons for his anger, but he still can't go there. He thinks in the complex mind of his Jinchuriki. Deidara, I'm going to erase that impassive face, he says as he begins to send multiple clay figures, from insects to giant birds, swooping down on the redhead who is holding his katana on his left side with the blade pointing backwards. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, begins to attack at great speed while cutting each and every one of the clay figures. Kaon no Umi, Sea of Mist, ends with a cut to the neck of the Akatsuki but disappears again into a tree trunk. Deidara, looks like you're not so fast, are you? He says mockingly, but the Uzumaki tilts his head. Naruto, you think so? He asks ironically, and the blonde looks at him without understanding until he feels something sliding down his neck to his collarbones. The Akatsuki member tentatively brings a hand to his neck, feeling around, before pulling it away and seeing that familiar crimson liquid staining his fingers. Kakashi, even though the attack was substituted, it still managed to hit him. It was fast enough to cause damage before the Akatsuki member could substitute himself. He thinks, having followed his student and the blonde man. He fixes his gaze on the redhead and notices that the chakra cloak surrounding him is fading away. Naruto, next time I'll behead you. I don't have the patience to put up with you and your pathetic clay figures, he declared, pointing his katana at the blonde. Deidara, why you dared to insult my art? he says angrily, sending a swarm of insects, a large flock of birds, and a pack of wolves, all made of clay. The birds begin to fly towards the Uzumaki, the insects begin to crawl, and the wolves begin to run. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, begins to chant as the mist begins to rise and covers the surroundings. Just as the attackers are about to reach them, it disappears. Adotakina Shirjima, Satsumikomu Kasumi, imposing silence, enveloping mist, is heard in a whisper through the forest. The entire forest is enveloped in an incredibly dense fog. All sound is silenced as the mist continues to spread. The blond man remains motionless, feeling fearful because of the endless fog that surrounds him. He is about to raise his arm to mold the clay and create a bird when he is cut by an imperceptible slash. Blood begins to spread where his arm once was. He lost his left arm in the fight against the Kazekage, and now he has also lost his right arm. He can no longer perform his techniques due to the lack of both limbs. He quickly becomes desperate, trying to think of what to do. But then death arrives in the form of Naruto Uzumaki. The redhead makes his way through the fog by jumping and standing in front of the Akatsuki. The blonde sees in slow motion, but is unable to react, as his opponent's katana is swung. A straight, bright line cuts across the Akatsuki member's neck, and the katana can be seen emerging from the back. The redhead places his foot against the tree before vanishing into the vast mist. The Akatsuki's head slides and falls from high up with a dry noise to the ground, as does the body. Blood begins to gush out and forms a pool around the body, watched by the impassive gaze of the redhead. Kakashi, Naruto, he says, arriving next to his student, who turns to look at him while sheathing his katana. Naruto, I'll go after the sand boy, he says simply, walking away and leaving the silver-haired man next to the body of the deceased Akatsuki member. The Uzumaki carries the Kazekage's body and begins to advance, and shortly after, the silver-haired man joins him, having sealed the blonde man's body in a scroll. Sakura, Naruto, she shouts, seeing her partner. The redhead arrives next to the jade-eyed woman and the old woman while still carrying the Kazekage. Naruto, pink-haired girl, can't you do anything? He asks, gently placing the Kazekage's body on the ground. The girl kneels next to the Kazekage and places her hands on his body, and they begin to glow mint green. Sakura, Naruto, I'm sorry, I can't do anything, she says, sounding a little sad because of the expression on her partner's face when she says that. Without saying anything, the old woman Chio kneels next to the Kazekage and places her hands, which begin to glow very faintly in aquamarine green. She tries to pump more chakra but is very exhausted and is about to give up when hands are placed on top of hers. She looks up to see the young swordsman. Chio, I misjudged you, boy, she says gently. It's good to see that the next generation is full of such talented young people, and I'm glad that Gaara has a friend like you, she says with a small smile. The green glow begins to change, creating a large, bright, aquamarine blue nebula that envelopes the Kazekage's body. The large nebula glows and pulses with quite dense chakra. Chio, it's farewell, she says simply as she makes one last effort. Kisho Tensei, reincarnation of one's own life, she says as the nebula of chakra begins to be absorbed by every pore in the Kazekage's body. Shortly after, the old woman collapses beside the red-haired man from the sand, the Kazekage's brow furrowing as he slowly opens his eyes. He glances around and the first thing he sees is the Uzumaki's expressionless face. Naruto, I'm glad you were able to return, he says simply, and for reasons unknown to him. A feeling of relief fills him as he sees the redhead open his eyes. Gaara, Naruto, he says, looking at his friend, and makes an effort to sit down. And when he does, he turns to his side to see the motionless body of the old woman Chio. Naruto, we must go back, he says, taking the Kazekage's arm by the shoulder, holding him and helping him to his feet and start walking. Upon arriving at the village, all its inhabitants shout and cheer, celebrating the return of their Kage while thanking the Leaf Squad for having helped them. The next day, the Leaf villagers are at the entrance of the Sand Village, about to leave. Gaara, you helped me once again. Thank you, Naruto, he says, offering a smile and his hand. Naruto, okay, it's nothing, he says, taking the offered hand in a firm handshake. Gaara, You never accept my thanks, he says, somewhat amused, which is unusual for him, causing his brothers to look at him with some doubt. Naruto, I guess so, he says thoughtfully, letting go of the redhead's hand. They finish saying their goodbyes and begin their journey back to their village. Niji, Naruto, it's good to see you, he says, looking at the redhead. Naruto, the boy with pearl eyes, he says, recognizing him a little, and the brunette smiles at him, a little nervous because he never remembers his name. It's good to see you too, he says, returning the greeting. Tenten, tell me, Naruto, are you a jounin yet? She asks curiously. Naruto, yes, he says simply without turning to look at the girl. Guy, Kakashi, my great friend, how did it go? He asks as he helps his fellow jounin move forward since he has a severe case of exhaustion. Kakashi, to be honest, I didn't do much. It was Naruto who defeated the Akatsuki member, he says, observing his student. Guy, he's gotten really strong, hasn't he? He says. Kakashi, yes, he replies with a smile beneath his mask. Chapter 29. A new mission. We can see Naruto and Sakura walking silently to the Hokage Tower. Several days have passed since their mission to rescue the Kazekage, and according to the pink-haired girl, they have been requested again for another mission. The redhead walks along holding a dango stick in his hand, puts one in his mouth, finishes chewing, and turns back to his companion. Naruto, pink-haired girl, do you know what the mission is? He asks indifferently, and his companion smiles softly, obviously already used to her companion's attitude. Sakura, I think it has to do with the information that the Akatsuki member, Sasori, gave us, she says, and the smile is no longer on her face. He gave us information about the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Sasuke. She says the last part in a trembling manner. Her companion watches her silently, as she puts the banderia back in her mouth to take another dango while looking back, trying to remember those people. Just then, a figure approaches them at high speed with a kunai in hand. Apparently, their target is the Uzumaki. Sakura, Naruto, watch out! She shouts to her partner as she arms herself with kunai. The figure approaches the blue-eyed young man who turns away disinterestedly while finishing his dangos. Just as the figure is about to stab him with the weapon, it vanishes into a mist that soon surrounds the attacker, clouding his senses. The subject stops when he feels a leaf pressed against his throat and hears the redhead's indifferent voice very close to his ear. Naruto, who are you and what do you want? He asks slowly while continuing to press his katana against the attacker's throat. However, he receives no response and his enemy vanishes in a puff of smoke. The young man is stunned for a moment before sheathing his katana and looks at his companion approaching. Naruto, she escaped. She asked me who I was, he says before shrugging disinterestedly and starting to walk towards his destination, being seen by the jade-eyed girl who has a drop of sweat on the back of her neck but still follows him. Tsunade. Now, about the mission, as you probably already know, we received information about Orochimaru. She begins, observing her pink-haired student and the red-haired jounin. We know that Sasori would be meeting with one of his infiltrated spies. We'll use that to our advantage, she says seriously. Unfortunately, Kakashi is suffering from a critical case of chakra exhaustion, so he won't be able to accompany you. That's why I brought him along, she says, referring to a brown-haired ninja beside her. He is Captain Yamato, and he will be in charge of this mission, she says. Sakura, but shouldn't Naruto be in charge? Well, after Kakashi-sensei, he's the highest-ranking member of the team, she says, confused. The Uzumaki narrows his eyes, critically observing the ninja and the Hokage. Tsunade? Originally it would be Sakura, but since Naruto was recently promoted, I don't think it's fair for him to carry such a responsibility, she says, trying to change the subject. Naruto, I don't particularly care, he says indifferently, and the Hokage sighs. However, I hereby give notice that I do not follow orders with which I do not agree, and do not expect blind obedience from me, she says, now looking at the brown-haired ninja who frowns. Yamato, I'm in charge of the mission, so you must obey me, he states quite seriously. Naruto, I won't do it if I don't agree with your orders. Being designated as leader doesn't give you absolute power over the mission, he says calmly, and the other is about to reply, but the Senju speaks first. Tsunade, that's a fair point, Naruto, but try your best to obey Captain Yamato, she says, putting a stop to the impending argument. Naruto, I'm not promising anything, he says. Tsunade, well, anyway, there's another matter as well, she says, drawing their attention. I brought someone to fill the empty space on your team, she says, and the pink-haired woman tenses up a little. Quickly, a young man with black hair, pale skin, and black eyes appears in the office. This is your new partner, she says, and the newcomer smiles, albeit in a rather unnatural and fake way. It's a pleasure, you can call me Sai, he says, and the other young men narrow their eyes, and in less than a second, the Uzumaki finds himself pressing the tip of his katana against the black-haired man's neck. Naruto, you were the one who attacked us a while ago, he says, surprising the Hokage with the revelation. Sai, I'm sorry, I just wanted to see how strong you were, he says, still with the fake smile on his face that wobbles a little as the young swordsman continues to press the sword against his throat. Tsunade, Naruto let him go, she orders, and the redhead still reluctantly sheathes his katana, but still keeps his gaze fixed on his supposed new partner. Sai, you can't attack your teammates, she reprimands the black-haired man. Sai, I understand, I won't do it, he says, watching as the Uzumaki doesn't take his eyes off him. Naruto, I don't trust you, so be careful what you do because I'll be watching, he says, and if you read between the lines you can find the implicit threat. Sai, I'll keep that in mind, he says simply. Tsunade, well, you can leave now to prepare for the mission, she says, bidding them farewell. Sakura, Naruto, what do you think of Sai? She asks her teammate as they both wait for the arrival of the other members of their team. Naruto, her aura is strange, it's empty, it tells me she's someone untrustworthy, he says seriously, and the pink-haired girl nods thoughtfully. Sakura, Naruto, do you think we can bring Sasuke back? She asks, and the Uzumaki turns to look at her, narrowing his eyes. Naruto, I thought you were over the black-haired boy thing, he says sternly. Sakura, I did it, and even though I'm not in love with him anymore, I still think he needs help, she says, feeling a little bad about talking about this with the Uzumaki who had helped her leave that behind. Naruto, things are difficult because he doesn't want help, he says seriously while thinking. Sai, Sasuke Uchiha, he's a traitorous ninja who abandoned them, why do you care about him? He asks, appearing out of nowhere with genuine curiosity. The pink-haired girl is startled by his sudden appearance as the Uzumaki fixes his blue-violet eyes on the black-haired boy. The pink-haired girl remains silent in response, knowing it to be true, but still believes the raven-haired boy could change if he is helped. Naruto, what you say may be true, however, this is none of your business, he says expressionlessly. Sai, oh well, I apologize for butting in, he says, smiling falsely. Before anyone can say anything else, Captain Yamato arrives next to them. Yamato, well, it's time for us to go, he says, but before we do, I must tell you that you must obey me during this mission. He gives Uzumaki a rather harsh look, which he returns with indifference and disinterest. I am someone who is willing to use fear, if necessary, to ensure obedience, he says, putting on a terrifyingly serious face that sends shivers down the spines of the black-haired boy and the pink-haired girl, and makes them swallow hard. The red-haired boy, on the other hand, Naruto, yeah, well, let's go. Time is valuable, he says indifferently, passing by the brunette who remains frozen. Realizing that this tactic doesn't work with the redhead, the other three begin to follow him to head towards their mission. Kyubi, be careful with that guy, he warns, referring to the brown-haired ninja. He's a Mokutan, would release, user, so it's possible he'll be sent to watch over you since you're my Jinchuriki. He seriously informs his container, who nods as he continues on his way. Chapter 30, The Bridge. Yamato, all right, this is the meeting point, he says, observing the bridge. Now listen. He looks at the three young people. The pink-haired girl looks at him seriously and focused. The black-haired boy looks at him neutrally with the same smile, and the red-haired boy, to his annoyance, doesn't even pay attention and has the same bored expression. I will use the transformation jutsu to attend the meeting as Sasori. You will stay here and wait for further orders, he explains, giving the team a look, receiving 2 nods and a disinterested stare in response. All right, Naruto, Sakura, you were the ones who participated in the mission. I need a specific description of Sasori's characteristics, he asks. Naruto, the truth is I didn't see him for a long time, and even if that had been the case, I don't think I could have remembered, he says disdainfully and without caring much. Sakura, Naruto didn't personally face Sasori. He faced Itachi Uchiha and Deidara Kamaruzu, she explains. Noticing the somewhat irritated look the brunette gives the young swordsman. Yamato, this kid faced Itachi Uchiha and Deidara Kamaruzu, both S-class ninjas. One possessor of the Sharingan, copy will I, and a user of the Bakutun, explosion release. He doesn't really see much in the kid, and his rebellious and insubordinate attitude annoys him. Sakura, I can give you the description, she offers, receiving a curt nod. The pink-haired woman proceeds to give a detailed description of the Akatsuki member's physical appearance, as well as a few details about his temperament. Yamato, thank you, Sakura. Now, as I told you, is interrupted. Naruto, hey, you've explained this several times over the past few days. There's no need to do it again, he says, irritated by the brunette's constant chatter. Yamato, it's necessary when it's more than clear that you like doing what pleases you, he says with such seriousness that it borders on terrifying. However, Uzumaki looks at him bored and doesn't dignify it with a response. The chestnut tree transforms according to the specifications of the jade-eyed woman and heads towards the bridge. The 3 young men remained, following orders, watching as the disguised ninja arrived at the bridge and waited for a while before another person arrived. This person turned out to be Kabuto Yakushi, Orochimaru's assistant. They observe as they appear to be having a conversation, only for Orochimaru himself to suddenly appear. The assistant attacks the undercover ninja, dispelling his disguise. They see the Sannin seem to recognize the ninja and reveal that the brown-haired man was an experiment by the snake ninja to create another wielder of the Shodame Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, Mokutan, would release. The Sannin asks the chestnut-haired man to give the order to his team to come out, to which the chestnut-haired man, having no other option, complies, giving the signal for them to come out of hiding. Placing his hands on his companion's shoulders, the redhead performs his Kasumi Shushin, flickering mist body, appearing alongside the other 2 young men on the bridge next to the brown-haired ninja. Orochimaru, Kukuka, look who we have here. How have you been, Naruto-kun? He asks, observing the redhead who stares at him expressionlessly. You're still the same as always, he says with amusement. Naruto, and your aura, as usual, is still disgusting, he says, much to the Sannin's amusement. Orochimaru, Kukuku, that wasn't very kind, he says. Naruto, why do you think I'm trying to be? He says dryly. Kabuto, show more respect to Lord Orochimaru, he says irritably and lashes out at the redhead who lazily raises his hand and slaps him, causing him to be flung off the bridge. Naruto, now that this whole irritating plan seems to have gone down the drain, he says disinterestedly, why don't you save us the trouble and tell us where the raven-haired boy is? He says, wanting all this to end as quickly as possible. Orochimaru, Kukuku, I'm sorry, but no, he says, and several snakes begin to emerge from his sleeves, slithering across the bridge planks toward the Leaf Village members. The redhead watches the snakes before glancing back at his team. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu. He begins to chant, his left hand moving to his katana's scabbard. With his thumb, he pushes the handguard, his left foot moving back, and his right hand moving to the hilt. Right in the middle of the bridge, the mist gathers and then dissipates in a layered, slashing sequence. Sojo Kasumi, layered mist, ends with the katana sheathed, and as the bridge collapses, he grabs his 2 companions by their clothing and leaps out just as the bridge falls. The 3 young men plummet. Futon, Sukona Koka, wind release. Sublime descent, he says, and a current of wind begins to flow around their feet, regulating the speed of their descent and simultaneously directing them toward the nearby forest. The 3 young men fall into the forest, and the Uzumaki quickly begins to move through the forest in a specific direction. Orochimaru, Kukuku, let's see what you're capable of. He pauses, licking his lips like a snake. Naruto-kun, he says, looking at the Uzumaki, who brings his hand to the hilt of the katana, ready for the fight. Chapter 31. A destructive battle. The true power of Naruto Uzumaki. The Sannin jumps from branch to branch, evading the deadly cuts that the Uzumaki continuously throws. The redhead jumps up and reaches the same height as the black-haired man, but the latter spins in the air, avoiding the cut, and lands on his head, delivering a powerful kick to the blue-eyed man's face, sending him flying backwards. The snake ninja quickly reaches a clearing, thinking with a smile that he left the Uzumaki far behind. He turns around and starts walking, and then has to dodge a slash to his neck. He jumps and spins in the air to create distance, turns around and sees the Uzumaki staring impassively at him. Orochimaru, I advance in a straight line, cutting through everything in my path. Kukuku, not bad. He thinks, and sees the redhead launch himself towards him at great speed. His speed isn't bad either. He dodges one of the slashes and throws his hand at the Uzumaki, and it transforms into a snake that writhes around him and lifts him off the ground. Kukuku, what a shame, and I thought you could do more. What a pity, goodbye Naruto-kun, he says, and the snake opens its jaws, ready to bite the redhead, who remains as indifferent as ever. The snake's body continues to writhe and tighten its grip on Uzumaki's body. Its fangs begin to approach the blue-eyed man's face, and then several canopy-like flashes appear and Uzumaki falls to the ground with elegance in contrast to the remains of the snake that fall dryly to the ground. The Sannin's hand returns to normal and he smiles, before throwing his hands forward. Orochimaru, Senii Tajashu, hands of many hidden snakes in the shadows. A large number of snakes shoot out from his sleeves at high speed towards the Uzumaki, who lunges without hesitation. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu. He spins his sword around himself as he continues advancing, and when the snakes are about to reach him, he vanishes, revealing several trails of mist surrounding the reptiles. Kasumi no Ro, Misdu. Each snake's body is divided by skillful and elegant cuts, and the redhead's figure materializes in front of the Sannin, who is unable to evade the cut, causing one of his arms to fly off. The dark-haired man takes a step back, observing his missing arm, and makes a small grimace before opening it so that a pale hand emerges, followed shortly after by another, and then a head. A new body emerges from inside the previous one, and quickly the Sannin stands upright with his body fully regenerated. He looks with his sharp, serpentine gaze at the redhead, who stares at him blankly. A smile is born on the pale ninja's face before his mouth opens, so that his long tongue moistens his lips with sadism. We see the pink-haired girl walking through the forest trying to catch up with her red-haired companion, who left without a word, though she has an idea why. Meanwhile, her other companion also left her alone, seemingly without reason, simply flying off on a bird made of what she presumes was the ink from her drawing. Yamato, Sakura, he said, making the pink-haired girl turn towards him. Sakura, Captain Yamato, I'm glad you're okay, she says, confirming the condition of one of her team members. Yamato, yes, I am, but that move was irresponsible of Naruto, he says, irritated by the boy's attitude. The pink-haired girl frowns at the criticism of her friend. Sakura, Naruto isn't irresponsible and doesn't do anything he doesn't consider necessary, she says, remaining as calm as possible. The snakes moved at alarming speed. One mistake and we would have been poisoned. Naruto ensured our safety. He kept me and Sai safe. But the truth is, I think he also did it to create distance. A battle between Naruto and Orochimaru would end in great destruction, she says. Yamato, do you really think that kid can take on a Sannin? He asks incredulously. Sakura, I'm sure, she says firmly, fully trusting in her partner's abilities. The brown-haired ninja remains silent, only letting out a snort at how stupid that sounded. They both continued onward until they reached the clearing, where they saw the redhead and the Sannin fighting. The snake ninja opens his mouth, unleashing a great gale. The powerful hurricane-force winds rush forward, but Uzumaki firmly plants his feet, anchoring himself to the ground. Meanwhile, the trees are not so lucky, and several of them are uprooted or blown away. Orochimaru, Mandara no Jin, 10,000 snake formation. Opens his mouth and countless snakes come out of it, lunging at the redhead. Each snake opens its jaws and a sword blade emerges from them. The Uzumaki dances among the many snakes and jumps, remaining in the middle of them, and firmly holds his katana. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Mist Slash, says Shinko progression, and begins to spin. The mist spreads and swirls around the snakes in large arcs and clusters. The redhead lands gracefully, and as his foot touches the ground, the attack materializes, dissipating the mist into a multitude of slashes. The blue-eyed boy spins diagonally and unleashes a powerful slash at the Sannin, cutting him in half while simultaneously creating a cautious distance. Yamato, did he just defeat a Sannin? He thinks incredulously. Sakura, well done Naruto, she celebrates in her mind. Sai, he's a terrifying person. His power and personality don't match each other. He thinks, hidden behind a tree and having seen the fight. At that very moment, an unthinkable event occurs that abruptly cuts off everyone's thoughts. Snakes begin to emerge from both halves of the Sannin's body and soon begin to converge, and the two parts join together, forming the black-haired ninja again, who displays a smile on his face. Orochimaru, incredible, he says, observing the redhead's impassive face. Your kenjutsu, sword art, is incredible, not to mention your special ability to mold your chakra into a mist. Your entire style is simply perfect, elegant, and refined, he says, praising the Uzumaki. You learn to become one with the mist, so within it, it's almost impossible to find you, which makes you even more deadly. Your style is unmatched speed and a ferocious, stealthy attack. He praises the boy for creating a more than perfect sword technique. You're quite special. I see that clearly. You know, Sasuke-kun came to me with two very clear goals: to avenge his brother and to prove that you're nothing compared to him. He says with amusement. Kukuku, I'm not really sure how much Sasuke-kun has progressed, but I see why he sees you as a challenge, someone to surpass. He's a member of the acclaimed Uchiha clan, but after all, you come from the legendary Uzumaki clan, he says with an air of reflection. Naruto, I don't know about that. What I do know is that I'm not in any kind of competition with the raven-haired boy, nor do I see him as a rival. That's a waste of time, he says indifferently, and the Sannin smiles amusedly. I don't have any kind of hatred towards you either. Believe me, I wouldn't get in your way if I had a choice. I'm just following orders, he says. Orochimaru, relax, it's understandable, he says amused. Naruto, I'd be even less inclined to look for that stupid raven-haired boy, but as I said, they're just orders, he says irritably, since all of this happened because of him. Orochimaru, Kukuku, unfortunately I will not hand over Sasuke-kun, he says, opening his mouth and a sword shoots out. This sword is the legendary Kusanagi sword. The sword approaches the redhead at breakneck speed, but he swings his katana and deflects it. The sword flies off in another direction but suddenly freezes in midair, and the Sannin smiles before moving his finger, causing the sword to shoot back towards the Uzumaki who wasn't expecting it, and the sword pierces him from the back, exiting through his chest. Sakura, Naruto, she shouts, alarmed by the event. Yamato, he got too confident, he says, shaking his head before starting to run towards the Uzumaki. But he stops dead in his tracks when he sees the image of the blue-eyed man vanish into mist. The pale ninja looks somewhat surprised before smiling, but he doesn't have time to do anything because then he hears a peculiar buzzing sound, and when he turns up it's too late. Naruto, Cho Otama Rasengan, super great spiraling ball, he says, swinging his hand, and a misty blue chakra sphere of enormous dimensions impacts the snake ninja. The giant chakra sphere completely engulfs the Sannin as he collides with the ground, which cracks under the immense pressure exerted by the sphere. The wind also lashes out violently. When the energy dissipates and all that remains is a large crater, but there is no trace of the Sannin's body. That's what they thought before the pale ninja's head emerges from under the ground. His neck lengthens until it reaches quite high, and he opens his mouth and from it comes the blade of the sword, which he extends and moves at an atrocious speed, aiming at the Uzumaki, and when the tip of the blade is about to hit the head, the red head vanishes in a misty flash. The mist is visible all around the diameter of the blade, and when everyone turns around they see Uzumaki slashing at the head and cutting the neck. The head of the black-haired ninja falls to the ground, but its mouth opens and a new Orochimaru emerges again. But this one looks panting and weakened. Orochimaru, at this rate, he'll kill me. I don't have enough chakra left to use the body replacement technique, he thinks, watching the Uzumaki fall from the heights, standing tall and gracefully. But unlike him, he doesn't look tired. The renowned stamina and durability of the Uzumaki clan, shinobi capable of fighting for extended periods of time, is an admirable quality. He thinks with a touch of admiration, and then he bites his thumb before striking the ground with his hand. Summoning technique, he says, and in a burst of smoke, a large green snake appears and attacks the Uzumaki at great speed. It's sad, but I must go, he says, turning and retreating, unaware or ignoring the fact that a certain black-haired man is following him closely. The great snake attacks Uzumaki, who easily dodges the blows. However, his characteristic indifferent expression changes to one of irritation. Naruto, it's final. I hate snakes, he says and hears a foxy laugh in his head. Kasumi Kenjutsu, Gekka no Senko, moon mist flash, he says, disappearing in a misty flash, and in a few seconds the snake's body falls to pieces on the ground and he appears right in the middle of the remains. Sakura, Naruto, she says as she approaches her partner. I'm glad you're okay. You were great, she says happily, thinking that her partner is strong enough to face the Sannin. Naruto, in the end he escaped. There's no merit in it at all, he says disdainfully. Yamato, if there is merit in Naruto, you faced a Sannin and were able to match him. It's amazing, he says, thinking that the redhead is someone difficult to understand. Naruto, what about the other boy? He asks. Sakura, sigh, since you left us in the forest he left and I don't know where he is, she says. Yamato, don't worry, I can track him. I put some seeds that possessed my chakra in his food, so I could track him, he explains, and the Uzumaki tilts his head and takes something out of his pocket. Naruto, he means this, he says, showing a seed, and the brown-haired boy looks at it in surprise. Yamato, how did you realize? He asks. Naruto, don't you guys check what you put in your stomachs? He asks in confusion and receives no answer from either the pink-haired girl or the brown-haired boy. Yamato, well, follow me, he says, leaving the topic behind and starting to move forward, followed by the two young men. Chapter 32. Reunion. Naruto, how much longer? He asks irritably. This mission has lasted longer than expected, all because of finding that stupid raven-haired boy. Yamato, we're almost there, be patient, he says calmly to the redhead, who returns to his indifferent expression. It's difficult for him to understand this boy. He's too quiet and calm for someone his age. The three ninjas advance through the forest until they reach their destination. The brown-haired ninja, using Mokutan, wood element, opens a tunnel to the lair of the snake Sannin. Entering the sinister-looking place, they begin walking through the tunnel and explore the lair while following the chestnut-haired man in search of his dark-haired companion. They reach what appear to be the dungeons of the place and find the dark-haired man in one of the cells. Sigh, it's good that you were able to find me, he says, smiling in a disingenuous and unnatural way. The brown-haired ninja is about to force the cell open to let him out, but the Uzumaki stops him. Naruto, tell me, why did you separate from the pink-haired girl? How did you end up here? He asks, and the others observe the pale ninja. What are you planning? He continues his questioning. Sigh, the truth is that I have a mission assigned by Danzo-sama, he says, knowing that the redhead will not like the lack of response. Yamato, Danzo? Danzo Shimura? He asks cautiously, wondering what that means. Sakura, who is it? She asks. Naruto, sounds like someone annoying, he says simply, as his companion has a drop of sweat appear on the back of her neck. Yamato, what is your mission? He asks, ignoring the other two young men. Sai, I would give Orochimaru information about the Leaf Village and at the same time serve as a spy for Danzo-sama, he replies. The place fell silent as the chestnut-haired man remained lost in thought, while the pink-haired woman wondered who this person named Danzo could be. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki squinted at the dark-haired man, sensing there was more to this matter than what the dark-eyed man had revealed. Yamato, let's continue with the mission, he finally says, about to open the cell when another person makes an appearance. Kabuto, so you were able to find this place? Unfortunately, I cannot let you escape, he says, concentrating chakra in his hand, forming a scalpel ready to attack, but the chestnut-haired man cages him with several roots. The chestnut-haired ninja questions the blue-haired ninja, who agrees to give him some information, including a description of the raven-haired ninja's location. The team splits into two pairs, Sakura and Yamato, and Sai and Naruto. Both the redhead and the black-haired man begin their journey in silence until the black-eyed man breaks it. Sai, Naruto, why do you want to find the Uchiha? He asks. Naruto, honestly, I don't care what happens to the raven-haired boy, and I wouldn't look for him if I hadn't been ordered to, he says indifferently as always. However, the pink-haired girl does want to find him. She thinks she can help him. I think it's quite naive, or maybe it's the fact that I see the world more pessimistically than the rest. He thinks about that for a moment. Sai, so you're doing it for Sakura? He asks. Naruto, I don't remember much of my life. My mind is a vast empty space, but it seems that girl was important to me, so I help her in any way I can. Maybe by being close to her I can recover what I've lost, he says expressionlessly. The two young men continued on their way in silence while the pale ninja reflected on certain moments in his life. His thoughts turned to his notebook and the drawing he had planned to make right in the middle. Him and his brother holding hands. Suddenly, Uzumaki realizes he's alone. The dark-haired man has vanished. He allows himself to dwell on it for a moment. Sakura, Naruto, she says, arriving next to her partner, followed by the brown-haired ninja. Yamato, Naruto, where is Sai? He asks. Naruto, I don't know, it just disappeared, he says. Yamato, we found this on the way, he says, taking out a small book. On a specific page, the image of Sasuke Uchiha is highlighted. I think Sai's mission is to eliminate Sasuke. I think Danzo marked Sasuke as an enemy of the Leaf Village, he says seriously, because of the importance of the matter. Before he can answer, there is a loud explosion, and the redhead runs in that direction without hesitation. You can see great destruction, a demolished room, and right in the middle we see Sai, and standing on top we see Sasuke Uchiha looking at the black-haired man. The raven-haired man advances towards the dark-eyed man, annoyed at having been interrupted in his sleep. Just as he is about to attack him, a mist appears, one that he unfortunately knows well. Kasumi Kinjutsu, Kasumi no Nakamabaroshi, Ghost in the Mist. The whisper reverberates through the place. The black-haired man is enveloped in the mist, disappearing. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, the Uchiha scans the area but is unable to see beyond the mist, and at that moment is forced to barely dodge a thrust that was heading towards his neck. The fog begins to dissipate and Naruto Uzumaki appears before his black-haired companion. Sasuke, so you're here too, Naruto? He says, looking at the redhead who is staring at him with disdain. Looks like you're still the same as always, looking at everyone with that impassive expression as if you were superior. I'll show you the power of an Uchiha, he says, and the Uzumaki looks at him bored. Naruto, and it seems you're still as immature and arrogant as ever, he says, to the anger of the raven-haired boy. Maybe I'm not superior to everyone, just to you, he says. Without further thought, the Uchiha lunges towards the Uzumaki, unsheathing his Chikuto. Holding him in a reverse grip, he delivers a slash that the Uzumaki easily dodges. The Uzumaki sees the raven-haired man as if he had grown another head and hears a scandalous laugh in his mind. Kyubi, ha 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 ha, the Uchiha thinks he'll beat you in a sword fight, ha ha ha, he says, letting out several hysterical laughs again, mocking the level of stupidity of the raven-haired man. Sasuke, Chidori Nagashi, Thousand Birds Current, he says, and a great electric current surrounds him before a lightning bolt bursts in the direction of the redhead, who disappears into mist. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu, Kasamajiri, Miss Slash. He says in front of the Uchiha and unleashes a powerful downward slash that the raven-haired man blocks with his chikudo, but he did not count on the force behind the attack, so his feet sink into the ground trying to withstand it. He unleashes a new current that travels up his arm, from his weapon to the Uzumaki's katana, who is stunned by the current. The raven-haired man is about to deliver a slash when the redhead forces his hand to move and holds the chikudo, cutting himself in the process, but he doesn't let that stop him and quickly propels himself forward and delivers a powerful kick to the left side of the Uchiha's face, sending him flying in that direction. He recovers in midair and looks again at the Uzumaki, who stares at him blankly. He is about to use his powerful new Yas Jutsu when a hand grabs his shoulder. He turns to see the Sannin and his assistant, Orochimaru. Kukuku, I don't think you should reveal your new technique so soon, Sasuke-kun. Stop playing around and let's go, he says, laughing at the fury of the raven-haired man against the redhead, who doesn't care in the slightest. Both the Uchiha and the other two disappear in flames, and the raven-haired man gives one last somber look to the Uzumaki, who is unfazed by it. Sakura, Naruto, let me see your hand, she says, seeing the blood running down her red-haired companion's palm. The blue-eyed man obeys the order and gives his hand to the pink-haired woman, who holds it in hers, which begin to glow mint green. The cut begins to close and the blood stops flowing. Yamato, at least you're okay. Naruto, you can't be so reckless, he scolds, but the Uzumaki gives him a rather unimpressed look. Naruto, I'll think about it, he says, avoiding wasting his energy in an argument with the brown-haired ninja. Sigh, thank you, Naruto, he says, approaching. My mission was to finish off Sasuke Uchiha, but I changed my mind. I'll help you and Sakura instead, he says, offering the most sincere smile he can muster. The other three look at the dark-haired man closely. However, it is the Uzumaki's action that manages to surprise them. Naruto, you're being honest. I'll trust you this time, he says, giving a simple nod. Sakura, if Naruto trusts me, I will too, she says, trusting her partner's reasoning. The chestnut tree remains silent, offering no opinion. Soon the four of them embarked on their journey back to the village. Tsunade, tell me, how did the mission turn out? She asks. Yamato, we regret to say that we failed in the mission. You have our apologies, Lady Hokage, he says. Tsunade, I understand. It's a shame, but at least they're okay, she says, seeing that the whole team is in good condition. Kakashi, Yamato, how did it go with them? He says, giving a look to the three young ninja. Yamato, Sakura is a very capable girl, very loyal to her comrades, and possesses outstanding skill as a medic, he says, and the Senju smiles. Sai still needs to learn teamwork and the value of his comrades, but it's something he can achieve by getting to know them better, she says, and the black-haired man smiles willingly. Naruto. He pauses, and the Hokage braces herself for the harsh criticism. Although I believe he should change certain aspects of his personality, Naruto is a ninja who cares about his comrades and ensures their well-being. He also demonstrated enough power to make the Sannin Orochimaru escape, she says, receiving surprised looks from the Hokage and the silver-haired Jonin. Jiraiya, Tadpole, did you really do that? He says, suddenly appearing on the windowsill. Naruto, you guys overrate the snake man, he says disdainfully, and is quickly crushed in a joyful hug by the white-haired man. Jiraiya, Tadpole, you're the best. Let's celebrate. I'll treat you to a bowl of ramen, he says cheerfully, dragging the redhead towards the restaurant, and on the way he also invites the rest of the team with the exception of the brunette, who stayed behind to discuss certain matters with the Hokage. Chapter 33 Meeting. Naruto, where are we supposed to go? He asks his pink-haired companion as they walk together through one of the streets of the Leaf Village. Sakura, the boys invited us to eat barbecue, she says with a smile. Naruto, why do I have to go? He asks, not wanting to be surrounded by people. Sigh. According to a book I read, certain interactions help strengthen the bonds of friendship, he says, suddenly appearing and making the jade-eyed girl jump and the Uzumaki look at him. Sakura, sigh. Stop appearing like that, she shouts, but the black-haired man only smiles. Naruto, Stop yelling already, he says while giving an irritated look to the girl who nods slightly. Sigh, Naruto, don't you get along with the others? He asks, having heard the redhead's complaint. Naruto. Most of them are loud and irritating, he says impassively. Besides, being surrounded by people isn't one of my favorite things. Sakura? They're not bad people, Naruto, she says. Naruto. I didn't say they were. I just said they were loud, he said, not caring much about it. Sigh. The book I read said that sometimes you have to be tolerant of other people's flaws, he recites. Naruto. Tolerance isn't my strong suit, he says indifferently. I won't change to please others. I live by my own standards, and if others can't measure that, that's their problem, he declares as they continue walking and arrive at the barbecue restaurant. Kiba. Guys over here. Come on, he shouts from one of the tables next to the others. Naruto. See what I mean? He says to the pale boy, who smiles as he nods, and the three of them head towards them. Guys, how have you been? She asks, smiling, then looks at the pink-haired girl and says mockingly, Billboard forehead, you're here too, Sakura. Yes, I am, you pig, she says, approaching the blonde with a defiant air. Naruto. I don't tolerate pointless fights. Both of you shut up, he says irritably. Shikamaru. Women are trouble, he says huffing, and some laugh at the comment while the girls look offended. Sakura. Oh, I almost forgot. This is Sai, our new partner, she says, introducing the dark-haired boy who simply smiles. So you have a new partner, she says, observing the boy. Sai. That's right. Beautiful, he says to the blonde who smiles as a small blush appears on her cheeks. Sakura. Hey, why are you calling her beautiful? You called me ugly, she rebukes, but receives a smile in response. Sai. Well, because you are, he says sincerely, causing the girl to become enraged and almost hit him. But, Naruto? Pink-haired girl, stop yelling and fighting over irrelevant things, he scolds, and the girl turns to complain. Sakura? But he called me ugly, she replies. Naruto. Everyone is free to say what they think. If you don't agree, then live with it, he says, silencing the girl. They make too much of a fuss, she complains. Shikamaru. I agree, what a drag, he says, then looks at the redhead. Naruto, I heard about your mission in the Sand Village. They said you eliminated a member of Akatsuki, he says, and all discussion ends so that everyone turns to look at the Uzumaki. Naruto. He was a boring guy. All he did was throw explosives and run away, he said expressionlessly, and many looked at him in disbelief. Shikamaru. He was an S-class ninja, he said. Naruto. Yeah, well, that just makes me lose respect for those kinds of people, he said. Choji. Okay. Enough talk. Let's get organized, he said while analyzing the menu, causing several people to squirt sweat. I heard you went after Sasuke. How did it go? She asks, and everyone looks back at the team in question. The pink-haired girl lowers her gaze slightly, and that's all they need to know that the mission didn't go well. Naruto. Well, we failed. The raven-haired boy is still the same as always. Arrogant, immature, and somewhat unhinged, he said. Lee. Guys, he shouts, arriving at the scene with his two companions. Tenten. Hi guys, nice to see you. She greets while the brunette remains neutral without uttering any greeting. We arrived a little late, she says, smiling nervously. Kiba. Don't worry, we're just about to order, he says with a smile. They order the food and wait a while until it arrives. Then they begin to taste it. Shikamaru. Naruto, don't you want to bring Sasuke back? He suddenly asks, having been left wondering. Everyone turns and waits for the answer, except for the pale young man who already knows. Naruto. I don't particularly care, he says simply, taking his chopsticks to grab another piece of grilled meat and putting it in his mouth. Kiba. But he was your partner. I thought you wanted to rescue him, he says. Naruto. Rescuing him implies that he left against his will when that wasn't the case. He decided to leave, so face the consequences of that, he said indifferently to the fact that the pink-haired girl seemed a little down. Niji. I think it's fair, he says, seconding the swordsman's reasons. Everyone continues eating until a certain black-haired man takes the last piece of meat and eats it under the gaze of Akimichi and the disturbed looks of the others, except for Naruto. "Choji, that was my piece," he claims, raising his voice. "Sigh, but you ate 3 orders of barbecue. No wonder you're so fat," he says honestly and without thinking, and everyone opens their eyes in shock, fear, and dread, except for Naruto, who is eating an onigiri. Akimichi goes blank for a moment before frowning furiously, his eyes turning white with rage, and several currents of chakra surrounding him. "Choji, I'm not fat. I'm just big-boned," he shouts angrily. Soon we can see the pale ninja running out of the restaurant, followed by a large ball, Choji, rolling at high speeds with the intention of running him over. All the other young people run after them except for Uzumaki, who stayed behind to finish his meal. Shikamaru, "Choji, stop. Calm down," he pleads, holding Akimichi while using the Kage-main no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. However, the broad-boned boy is still in a state of anger and soon breaks free from the shadow and is about to attack the pale young man when the back of a hand crashes into his neck. Akimichi falls to the ground, and behind him you can see the redhead with his hand raised and a bored expression. "Naruto, this is too much drama just because they called him fat," he says, letting out a snort. "Pale kid, get up and let's go," he says, and Sai gets up to follow him. "Tell your partner to stop being immature and that there's no such thing as someone with big bones," he says, leaving the place, followed by the black-haired boy. Later, Uzumaki can be seen walking towards his house, or at least trying to, until 2 people stop him. "Kakashi, Naruto, we've come to talk to you," he says, still using a crutch. Captain Yamato can be seen nearby. "Naruto, speak quickly, I don't have all day," he said, no longer wanting to interact with any more people. "Kakashi, I've come to give you a training exercise to be supervised by Yamato," he says, but receives in response a less than enthusiastic look from his student. "Naruto, I don't need supervision, and besides, you still look like you were run over and I don't trust this guy enough," he says. "Yamato, I am a shinobi under the trust of the Hokage," he says indignantly at what was said. "Naruto, not the Hokages," he says and walks past him. "I don't need anyone's help. I can train on my own, and you'd better not follow me or spy on me." He pauses, giving the brunette a sharp look. "Or there will be consequences, big-eyed guy," he says, leaving without waiting for a reply. Chapter 34. Emotions. We can see our protagonist standing in front of a training dummy while holding a bakken, wooden katana, swinging it and hitting the dummy's neck, then its torso, then its head. With each impact, several dents can be seen on the dummy. He twists the katana on his wrist and delivers a diagonal slash. And as if it were a real sword, the wooden katana pierces the dummy in a clean cut and half of its body falls to the ground. "Kyubi, I think you're the only person capable of cutting something with a wooden sword," he says with a grin. "Although the Uzumaki were quite good with the sword," he says thoughtfully. "Naruto, did he meet more members of my clan?" he asks, twirling the katana around him. "Kyubi, not personally, I've only met 2, 3 including you," he replies. "Only an Uzumaki is capable of being my container, as they are the only ones who possess an adequate amount and density of chakra," he says while thinking that even if a person has a giant chakra, it still wouldn't work like it would in an Uzumaki. "Naruto, only an Uzumaki," he repeats with a thoughtful expression. "Did you know my—" He stops, quickly turns around, and points his wooden katana at the unexpected visitor. "Sakura, Naruto, wait," she says, startled to see the katana pointing at her, then relaxes a little when she sees that it is made of wood, unaware that it is still dangerous if it is in the hands of the redhead. She lets out a breath when she sees her partner lower the bakken. "Naruto, pink-haired girl," he says in recognition. "Sai, hello Naruto," he greets as always, appearing suddenly, and the Uzumaki simply nods. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" he asks, knowing that not many people come to that part of the forest often. "Sakura, we came to warn you," she says, and the Uzumaki looks at her without understanding. "Naruto, tell me what?" he asks, And the girl hesitates before saying the next thing. So the black-haired boy answers, "Sai, Team 10 Sensei, Asuma Sarutobi, is dead," he reports, and the Uzumaki maintains his indifferent expression but still looks at him carefully. "Naruto? Who?" he asks, not knowing who they are talking about. And a drop of sweat appears on the back of the girl's neck while the black-haired boy smiles. "Sakura? The jounin who always carried a cigarette," she says, trying to give her partner an idea, but obviously it doesn't work when she sees his thoughtful look, so she's ready to give a more specific explanation, but the Uzumaki cuts her off sharply. "Naruto, it's best not to strain yourself. I don't think he'll remember it," he says, then asks, "How did he die?" "Sakura, 2 members of Akatsuki attacked the fire temple. Your team was the first to find it. They fought, but Asuma-sensei died, and the Akatsuki fled," she reports heavily. "The funeral will be in a little while. You must attend, Naruto," she says, and the Uzumaki nods without replying, gathers his things and leaves. We find ourselves in the cemetery of the Hidden Leaf Village. A large number of people and shinobi are gathered together. Multiple expressions can be observed: pain, sadness, melancholy, and suffering. We see 2 of the fallen jounin students with their heads down, looking at Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi's partner, with a bouquet of white flowers. The sobs of a small brown-haired boy can be heard next to the redhead, who is wearing a black hakama and a long-sleeved black shirt. His hair is tied back in a high ponytail, leaving only 2 strands framing his face. The redhead watches the sobbing boy. Something about him seems vaguely familiar, so he instinctively puts his hand on his shoulder and gives a squeeze that makes the boy turn towards him. Their eyes meet for a moment before the boy rushes into a tight hug that leaves Uzumaki frozen and shocked. "Konohamaru, Naruto Naiken," he sobs, and for reasons unknown to him, the redhead quickly finds himself returning the hug, letting the boy cry on his chest. From the mists of his mind, various images of the same brown-haired boy he is now hugging begin to emerge. Images of the child smiling at him, or fighting or sulking, tripping over his scarf or following him hidden under a rock-like box. "Naruto, Konohamaru," he says, tightening the hug. The name comes out of his mouth naturally, as if he had said it many times before, and maybe he has, but he can't remember. "Relax, everything will be all right," he says in a comforting tone of voice that surprises even himself. His colleagues beside him watched, surprised by the display of affection towards the child, not to mention that at least part of his indifferent demeanor vanished. The boy continues to cry, but in a lower tone, while he continues to hug the redhead. The entire ceremony and funeral end, and the redhead carries the brown-haired boy in his arms, who finally succumbs to exhaustion. After asking his pink-haired companion for the boy's address, the young man sets out to take him there. Shortly after dropping the child off at his house, his thoughts jumbled and lost in the fog of his mind, the Uzumaki began walking towards his own home. As he walked, his gaze fell upon a rooftop where he spotted a silhouette. The figure seemed familiar, so he approached, and that's when he saw it. "Naruto, you stayed here all day is not a question. It's a statement," and the other young man turns his gaze towards him. "Shikamaru, Naruto," he says, looking at the redhead who stares at him expressionlessly. "Naruto, you didn't go to the funeral isn't a question either," and the little-haired boy makes a face. "Shikamaru, it was too troublesome," he says disdainfully, but the look of pain in his eyes is evident, especially to the Uzumaki who can read emotions. "Naruto, you know you're not fooling anyone, right?" he says, and Nara makes another face at the rhetorical tone the redhead uses. "Shikamaru, I didn't want to go, okay?" he says more harshly than he intended, but the Uzumaki gives him a rather unimpressed look. "Naruto, I understand, so what you didn't want was to see him leave," he says, and the black-haired boy remains silent. "But that doesn't change anything," he states seriously, and the Nara is about to argue, but he doesn't let him. "Sitting here wallowing in your misery and feeling sorry for yourself won't bring him back," he says sternly, cutting off any argument the light-haired boy might make. "It's painful and sad. I haven't experienced anything like this, so I can't really say much," he says calmly, meeting the Nara's gaze. But no matter how much it hurts, you must move on. Cry and scream as much as you want and need to today. He pauses, looking at the light blue-violet boy with his lackluster eyes. But tomorrow you must continue with your life. Turn the pain and suffering into will and determination to continue on your path. Even though you feel useless and powerless, you must continue and become strong enough not to experience that feeling again. Don't try to drown or bury your feelings. It won't solve anything. Cry and let it flow. He raises his, she puts her hand on the young man's shoulder, and for a moment it flashes in faint blue. Go through the pain and always keep going. Time waits for no one, little boy, she says and vanishes into mist, leaving the dark-haired man whose gaze crystallizes as tears begin to overflow and silent sobs begin to escape his throat until they become more audible. As they say, the sun always rises again, and you can see Uzumaki standing right in the middle of multiple training dummies. He holds his katana with the blade facing down in a relaxed grip until his fingers tense and firmly surround the hilt, and in an imperceptible movement all the dolls fall to the ground cut into pieces. He stood there observing the destroyed dolls for a moment before slowly sheathing his katana and beginning to walk towards a specific place. Sakura, I'm sorry Lady Tsunade, we haven't been able to find Naruto, she says, and the Hokage frowns. It's the first time the Uzumaki hasn't shown up when he knows she's looking for him. Tsunade, if you can't find him, then I'll have to send someone else. The words die in their throats because at that moment a kunai flies through the air, passes through the window, and sticks into the wall. Everyone watches in surprise, and when they look at the weapon, they see a small scroll hanging from it. The brown-haired ninja approaches the kunai and unties the scroll to read it. I'll be waiting for you at the village entrance. You have 5 minutes. If you don't arrive, I'll leave without you. So stop wasting time and get moving. The chestnut-haired man reads aloud and everyone quickly realizes who wrote this message. At the entrance to the village, specifically standing on the wall, we see the redhead with his arm outstretched, as he has just sent his message for his team to hurry up. In a certain place within Tierra del Fuego, we can observe a group of people. We see a gray-haired man wearing a black cloak with red clouds and holding a 3-edged scythe. We also see a masked man with webbing markings on various parts of his body, and around him we see several black figures made of what appear to be threads, also wearing masks. These two are Kakuzu and Haiden, the immortal duo. On the other side, we can see a group from the Hidden Leaf Village, consisting of Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, and Kakashi Hataki. The latter, in particular, looks battered. Several parts of his uniform are torn, and he has a tired, panting expression. One of the black figures, wearing an eagle mask, opens and a large amount of chakra begins to concentrate. The masked figure begins to trace hand seals. Kakuzu, futon, atsugai, wind element, pressure damage. He intones, and from the eagle mask a destructive and unprecedented gust of wind is released. Kakashi, take cover, he orders as he sees the powerful storm approaching. The team of 4 quickly prepares to receive the powerful attack, but then a figure falls from one of the few trees around. This figure is revealed with Naruto Uzumaki, who quickly positions himself in front of them and holds his katana with the blade facing backwards. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kaizen no Nagar, Mist-Clearing Current, swings the katana in a circular slash and a large gust of air is produced by the force of the spin, but even so it is not enough to overcome the attack. However, the redhead is not yet finished and quickly his wrist moves around the hilt, changing position. Erasure, storm, he says, and swings the katana again in a blinding sequence of circular slashes. 10 cuts later, an incredibly powerful current of wind is produced that quickly impacts with the wind attack of the masked man. Both storms fight, trying to overcome the other, but the only thing that is achieved is that both attacks cancel each other out. The masked Akatsuki member watches in amazement as his technique was decimated by a simple katana movement. Kakashi, Naruto, he says, looking at his student who turns his indifferent gaze towards him. Naruto, he looks terrible, he says honestly, and a drop of sweat appears on the back of the silver-haired man's neck, but he is still relieved that the Uzumaki is here. Soon the redhead's team joined them, just as the Uzumaki had said, leaving on his own after 5 minutes. Because of this, the pink-haired girl looked at her teammate with a hint of annoyance, while the brown-haired boy glared at him with great irritation, and the black-haired boy remained neutral but smiled, suggesting that what the Uzumaki had said was reasonable. Haiden. So the leaf decided to send more of its shinobi. This will be fun, he says with an arrogant smile. Kakuzu. The redhead is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he says, recalling the reports. Haiden. Oh, then we'll capture him right away, he says with a smile, taking a short walk toward the leaf group. Well, so more of those useless leaf ninja came, but no matter how many you send, you won't be able to defeat me, he says, and the leaf ninja look at him carefully, except for Naruto, who looks bored. From what I've seen, you don't have much talent. You're just incompetent, just like that other guy was nothing but a damn weakling, he says. They all look at him with annoyance at the curses directed at their sensei and teammate, Sarutobi. The redhead's eye twitches with irritation. There's something about this guy that bothers him to an incredible degree. Maybe it's that petulant and arrogant tone, or that sadistic and bloodthirsty aura he exudes. You're just like him, just worthless trash, he says, smiling, and prepares to speak again. But Naruto has had enough and instantly appears in front of him. Naruto. Shut up already. The only thing that's worthless here is your incessant chatter, he says irritably and swings the katana at the gray-haired man's neck and hits it and would have cut off his head if it weren't for the Akatsuki reacting and attacking him with his scythe. The Uzumaki watches the weapon approach and leaps, twisting his hands around the hilt and ending up upside down, dodging the weapon. He pulls his katana from the man's neck and leans on the scythe before jumping back. He looks with disgust at his sword stained with the blood of the Akatsuki and swings it, removing all the blood from the blade until it regains its impregnable shine. Haiden, you're a bastard, he says, glaring at the redhead, while his companion looks at the young man with caution. Flashback. Itachi. Be careful with Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, he warns during the Akatsuki meeting. Haiden. You only say that because you were so weak that you lost to a little kid, he says mockingly. But the Uchiha gives him an impassive look. Itachi. The fact that I lost only proves how dangerous he is, he states, and the gray-haired man looks at him annoyed by his arrogance and is about to continue arguing. But his companion gets in front of him. Kakuzu, how far is he capable? He asks. After all, that kid was able to defeat Deidara. Itachi. He possesses physical abilities that surpass those of any ordinary jonin. One of his greatest attributes is his speed. He can easily reach supersonic speeds, and I doubt that's even his maximum speed, he says, and everyone present looks at him with caution. He is a skilled hand-to-hand combatant, and his kenjutsu, sword art, is utterly deadly. Be careful and don't let the mist envelop you, because if it does, you're dead, he concludes, disappearing from the astral plane where the meeting was taking place. End of flashback. The gray-haired man attacks the Uzumaki, slashing with his scythe, but the red-haired man intercepts him with his katana, then deflects the weapon to the ground and plunges his own sword next to the scythe. Using his hilt as a point of support, the blue-eyed man jumps, landing a kick to the left side of the Akatsuki's face, then turns around, still with his hands on the hilt, and delivers a kick, but now to the right side. He takes a step back to see the Akatsuki member, who looks annoyed and quickly attacks. But he already expected that. The mist begins to appear and he is about to attack. But then some threads wrap around the gray-haired man and pull him back. Kakuzu. You're an idiot. We were clearly told not to let the fog envelop us, he says, annoyed by the recklessness of his partner, who, much to his misfortune, is his companion. Haiden. Stop worrying. He's just another weakling, he says, huffing. Kakuzu. And he was about to cut off your head at the beginning of the fight, he says, and his partner looks at him annoyed. Haiden. Which side are you on? He says furiously. Kakuzu. Certainly not that of an idiot like you, he says honestly, and the silver-haired man wants to continue arguing, but he doesn't let him. Shut up and be more careful, he says, and before they can continue arguing, the red-haired man appears quite close to them. However, another of the black figures with a tiger mask expels a powerful burst of flame that quickly engulfs the blue-eyed man. The Leaf Village shinobi watched in terror, but the fire quickly erupted in all directions, and right in the middle of it all was Uzumaki, surrounded by a dark, bubbling, crimson chakra. 6 tails formed on his back, and several strands of his hair stood up, resembling ears. His closed eyes opened to reveal a blood-red iris and a slit-like pupil, like that of a predator. "Ino, what on earth is that?" she asks, stunned. "Kakashi, that is the power of the Kyubi no Yoko, 9-tailed demon fox," he says, observing the cloak that now surrounds his student. He certainly hadn't expected such mastery over the Biju's chakra. "Kakuzu, now we must be more careful," he says cautiously, but his partner simply ignores him and launches an attack, something the redhead already expected. "Kyubi, I'm ready," he says, getting ready and a little excited for the fight. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Chidori Senkei, Blood Mist Massacre Scene. He intones in a somewhat somber voice. The surroundings quickly begin to fog, but this fog is completely different from any other. The mist is crimson red. As it spreads, the atmosphere becomes heavy and gloomy. The fog vibrates and moves irregularly as if it were alive. The gray-haired one remains static in his place and, unable to stop himself, begins to tremble. Being in the middle of the infinite fog, he feels watched by many eyes. He feels crushed by an immense murderous instinct that he feels in the same fog. He watches as the fog shifts and sways, several lights moving through the bloody mist, the sound of footsteps echoing and echoing throughout the fog. His grip on his scythe tightens, and he finds the strength and will to raise the weapon, but it's too late. The weapon falls to pieces, as does his arm. The fog clears and Uzumaki is seen at his side, and he throws a thrust at the torso of the gray-haired man and cuts from the armpit upwards. The Akatsuki member staggers backwards, then looks at the redhead with a look of absolute fury and anger. "Haiden, you damned bastard," he hisses with fury and pain at the same time. "You will not defeat me. I am immortal, and I swear in the name of the great Jashin that I will kill you," he threatens. But the Uzumaki completely ignores him while in his mind the image of a brown-haired boy crying remains. "Naruto, everything dies, everything ends, everything falls, and you will fall by my katana," he asserts firmly. "You made the child cry, and I will not forgive you for that," he says. Despite his expression, which doesn't show it, he is furious, and this is demonstrated when a 7th tail emerges. "I will end your existence, even if it means cutting you down until you are nothing but fragments. Rest assured that I will kill you," he says, but this is certainly not the same voice. It is hoarse, somber, and terrifying. That's all. He promises one thing: death. Chapter 35, To Conquer. The Uzumaki's sharp, bloodshot gaze deepens as he observes the gray-haired Akatsuki member. He instantly appears at his side, ready to attack, but the same threads that saved him in the past do so again. Before he can pursue his opponent, the black figures quickly approach, and the one with the bull mask fires several currents that the Uzumaki begins to dodge, and then the figure with the tiger mask appears behind him about to emit another incineration. But then the tails made of crimson chakra on the redhead's back sway and hit her, sending her flying. The bull mask unleashes several more electrical discharges, which Uzumaki is forced to dodge. The figure with the bull mask opens, releasing a powerful current. Although he manages to dodge the powerful current, he is unable to avoid the gust of wind launched by the eagle mask. Before he can recover, the bull mask fires another lightning bolt, this time connecting with Uzumaki, who is stunned and immobilized by the electric current. "Kakuzu, I told you to be careful," he reproaches his idiot partner who, even knowing it was his fault, makes a face at him. "Haiden, shut up already. Helping me is what you should be doing," he retorts, and his partner squeals irritably. Several threads emerge from his hand, grasping the severed limbs of his partner and reattaching them. The silver-haired man tries to move his arm, but is surprised to find it doesn't work. "Kakuzu, this is useless. I can't move my arm," he shouts at his partner, who stares blankly until he analyzes the situation and realizes something is wrong. "Kakuzu, This isn't, he says, stunned, and his companion looks at him impatiently. "I can't reconnect your arm," he says, and his companion glares at him, about to unleash a barrage of curses, but he continues. I can't reconnect your nerves. The nerve endings are damaged, so I can't reconnect them. It's as if your wounds have been cauterized. He says, then looks at the Uzumaki and the crimson cloak of chakra surrounding him. It's that chakra. It's as if it's on fire, and imbuing the katana with it creates cuts that burn the nerves and muscles, making reconnection impossible. He concludes, watching as the Uzumaki frees himself from the lightning currents by swinging the katana, sending out a gust of wind that cancels out the electricity. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasumi no Nakamitsu, light in the mist. Once again, the bloody mist appears, and several bright slashes are launched, pushing the figures back. The blue-eyed boy turns his gaze toward the Akatsuki and sees the masked figure clutch his chest and narrow his eyes, quickly understanding. The gray-haired Akatsuki, furious at the loss of his arm, launches himself with a black spear to attack the Uzumaki, who is forced to dodge the combined wind and flame attack. The gray-haired one charges forward, trying to hit the swordsman, but his speed is insufficient to reach the blue-eyed one, who blocks and deflects his attack. But surprisingly, the masked one also enters the fight and strikes the Uzumaki in the shoulder with his blackened arm, and the young redhead is sent flying. The Uzumaki is able to recover and plants his feet on the ground, skidding and breaking. As he stops quickly, he realizes that his shoulder is dislocated, so he plunges his katana into the ground and brings his hand to his shoulder, pushing slowly but firmly the bone back, readjusting the glenohumeral joint. Yamato, we must help Naruto, he says, starting to move along with the silver-haired one, the pink-haired one, the black-haired one, and the broad-boned ninja, leaving the two girls as medical support. Kyubi, you must hurry. You know you can't use my chakra for long, he warns while thinking about the constant conflict between his chakra and that of the redhead. The young man's own chakra is always fighting with his, making it difficult for him to use his chakra. The young man lunges again at the Akatsuki, but the figures with bull, eagle, and tiger masks. However, Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasumi no Ro, misdo, he says, and when the masks open and are in front of him, he vanishes into a stream of crimson mist that hides countless stealth cuts. The bull mask bursts into cuts just like the pulsating mass inside. The other figures are seen cut and thrown aside. He approaches at breakneck speed, slashing, but the masked man prepares to block with his arm, which appears blackened. The sword collides with the arm and encounters resistance that, unfortunately, it cannot overcome. And bankruptcy. Seeing this, the gray-haired one sneers and is about to mock him when a fist crashes into his chin, lifting him up just like his companion. Using both hands, the Uzumaki had thrown 2 punches at the chin of both Akatsuki, quickly wrapping his hands around the neck of his opponents and turning, lifting the masked man and withdrawing his hand to then turn it into a fist that crashes into the chest of the masked man who is launched away. He lifts the body of the gray-haired man, releasing his neck and throwing a kick that sends him flying. The Uzumaki gasps a little and looks at his back where one of the tails vanishes, leaving only 3. He started the fight with 7 tails, his limit in controlling the Bijou chakra, and now he only has 3 left and no longer possesses his katana, so he is forced to use only taijutsu. Haiden, you damn bastard. You don't have a sword anymore, so you're at a disadvantage, he says with a bloodthirsty grin and lunges. The redhead dodges the black spear but is also forced to dodge a burst of flames. He turns to see the figures with tiger and eagle masks merging into one, unleashing powerful flames amplified by the wind. The Uzumaki uses his tails to wrap himself in the flames and protect himself, and then he is stabbed by a grinning silver-haired figure. Without hesitating, the Uzumaki takes the spear, impaling himself even further in order to get closer, which he manages to do, and delivers a powerful kick that is enhanced by chakra and makes the silver-haired man fly away. But he still does not let go of the spear, which when it comes out leaves a profuse and bleeding wound in the redhead's abdomen. Despite the devastating blow, the gray-haired one gets up smiling smugly, and with his blood marks on the ground, a symbol formed by a circle and a triangle inside. Haiden, now you will pay, bastard. I will make you suffer in the name of the great Jashin, he proclaims and plunges the spear into his abdomen, then into his leg, and wounds also appear on the Uzumaki's body. He is about to plunge the spear into his heart, but stops before he can do so, and several black shapes coil around his body. The Nara can be seen a few meters to the right using his clan's jutsu. The masked man is about to intervene, but then an arm wrapped in electricity pierces his chest and the Akatsuki member looks at the silver-haired man behind him. Kakuzu, hidden underground. He concludes and hears a sound and turns to see the brown-haired ninja who is holding the black figure with strong roots. Yamato, now Choji, he shouts, and the fat ninja throws a kunai with 3 explosive tags at the black figure. Shikamaru, Naruto, he shouts and the redhead springs into action, stepping on the handle of his katana with his foot, causing it to suddenly rise and fall into his hand. The Uzumaki concentrates all the remaining crimson chakra into the hilt and the piece of blade and appears in front of the gray-haired man, launching a slash at his neck, decapitating him and leaving a trail of red and flaming mist, and then he kicks the gray-haired man's body into the black mass just as the kunai impacts. A loud, thunderous crash is heard, instantly preceded by a huge explosion. The masked man writhes before falling dead. The Uzumaki collapses as the entire red cloak vanishes. He makes an effort and gets up again, but is about to fall when he is caught by the little-haired boy who gives him a tired smile. Haiden, you're all bastards. I swear in the name of the great Jashin that I will kill you all, he shouts, being nothing more than a head being held by a somewhat disgusted brunette. Nara and the redhead approach the others. The head continues to hurl all sorts of curses. Uzumaki's indifferent expression remains, but his irritation continues to grow. Having had enough of everything today, he breaks free from Nara, takes the katana from his black-haired companion, and approaches the brown-haired man. Seeing him with the sword sends a shiver down his spine because of how intimidating he can be. Uzumaki takes the head, who looks at him with anger. Haiden, bastard, I'll make you pay for your... He stops when he sees the redhead raise his hand. Hey, what are you doing? No! He shouts as the blue-eyed boy throws him into the air. Naruto, I'm fed up with you. Shut up already and do me the favor of going to hell, he says, and as the head descends, he unleashes a precise and blinding burst of cutting force, reducing the head to mere fragments. The only piece more or less intact is an eye that continues to blink. However, the redhead plunges his katana in, shattering the eyeball. Everyone else seems to share a common thought: never, ever anger or irritate Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 36. Unconscious Sadness. A new day dawns in Leaf Village. The streets, as always, are full of villagers. Walking down one of those infested streets, we see Naruto Uzumaki, who looks indifferently at everyone and the stares they give him. 2 weeks have passed since his mission against the immortal duo of Akatsuki. He continues walking and, as he does, he notices something. Naruto, stealth and espionage are very important within the shinobi arts, and from what I can see you haven't mastered them yet, he says in an expressionless voice and seemingly to the air. However, a small silhouette is noticed behind a wall, and then reveals itself as a smiling Konohamaru Sarutobi. Konohamaru, Naruto Naiken, he says, giving the young redhead a hug. The boy remains motionless, but quickly pulls away. The Uzumaki is silent for a moment, tilting his head before that name, so familiar yet so unfamiliar, leaves his mouth. Naruto, Konohamaru, he says in a voice above a whisper, and the boy smiles. Why were you following me? He asks with unexpected interest. Konohamaru, Naruto Naiken, I've come so you can teach me a super cool jutsu, he says happily. Naruto, a super cool jutsu, he repeats, observing the cheerful little boy. Konohamaru, well, maybe I can't do those super cool things you do with the sword, but, he says shyly, starting to get discouraged. But the Uzumaki places a hand on his brown hair and he lifts his head. Naruto, come on, let's show you a super cool jutsu, he says, repeating the little boy's words, and the boy has a fit of euphoria and they both start moving towards the forest. Naruto, today I will teach you 2 jutsu, he says in front of his newly appointed student who is smiling and sitting on the grass. The first is the Shushin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. The hand seal is Ram, he explains, forming the seal, disappearing in mist and reappearing behind the boy who looks up in amazement. Konohamaru, great, he says. Naruto, The appearance or style of the jutsu varies depending on the user. Mine is the mist, he says, raising his hand as his chakra concentrates and transforms into mist. Konohamaru, so I could create my own style? He asks excitedly, contrasting with Uzumaki's indifference. Naruto. Eventually, when you master your elemental affinity, you could, but for now you should learn it first, he says, receiving a determined nod. Konohamaru, what's the other jutsu? He asks curiously, to which the Uzumaki raises his hand. A small point of blue light appears in his palm, chakra emerging from his pores, concentrating and converging at the luminous point, swirling with the force of a typhoon. Around it, a membrane made of chakra arises, covering and encapsulating the powerful vortex, forming a sphere. Currents of mist and fog circulate, covering and enveloping the entire diameter of the sphere. Naruto, this is the Rasengan, spiral ball, he says, showing the sphere to the impressed brunette. Depending on the chakra that is compressed into it, its size and strength vary, he says, raising his hand above his head. The sphere begins to spin even faster and abruptly begins to grow until it reaches incredible dimensions, but it stops at a certain point until the Uzumaki touches it with his index finger and the enormous sphere dissipates and vanishes into nothingness. Konohamaru, it's incredible, he shouts with joy and amazement. Naruto, however, you won't learn it yet, he says, and it's as if his words were a needle that bursts the boy's bubble of joy. This is a difficult jutsu and it takes time to master it, he informs, trying to mitigate the protest that the boy wants to express. Konohamaru, how long did it take you, Naruto-niken? He asks. Naruto, I don't remember, he says thoughtfully, but he still can't come up with the answer. Likewise, you shouldn't be concerned with the achievements of others. Today we will practice the first jutsu, and you must succeed at least once so that I can eventually teach you this jutsu. You will practice it until you no longer need the hand seal. From now on, you are my student, and I expect you to do your best, he says, and the boy remains silent for a moment before standing up with a determined expression. Konohamaru, I'll do it, Naruto-niken, he exclaims excitedly and begins to practice, watched by the Uzumaki whose indifferent expression softens and becomes serene as he sees the little brunette try, fail, sulk, and try again. Konohamaru, Naruto-niken, I got it, he says smiling, and the Uzumaki looks at him closely while making the hand seal and vanishes in a blink, reappearing behind the Uzumaki while panting a little. Naruto, very well done, Konohamaru, he says softly and instinctively raises his hand, placing it on the brown hair and ruffling it. The boy smiles happily at the praise. Go rest, you will continue practicing tomorrow, he says, and the boy nods. Konohamaru, okay. And he gives the redhead a hug, which this time he manages to reciprocate. See you tomorrow, he says and runs off happily. The Uzumaki stays for a moment watching the little boy disappear into the distance. It's at this moment that he notices the absence of his katana. It broke on the last mission, and he had planned to get another one, but he forgot in order to teach the child. Jiraiya, here you are, tadpole, he says, suddenly appearing, and the redhead looks at him. I see you've gained a student. It's good that you're helping him, he says with a smile, and the Uzumaki remains silent, considering that. I've come to say goodbye. I have a mission, he informs. Naruto, a mission? Asks the question that he remembers, although he is not very reliable. The white-haired boy was almost never assigned specific missions. Jiraiya, well, something came up, and I'll take care of it, he says vaguely. Tsunade told me that your katana broke on your last mission, and I already had this made, and I think it's time to give it to you, he says, summoning a sheathed katana from a scroll and handing it to the Uzumaki. The young redhead holds it and carefully examines the black scabbard with gold details before unsheathing it. The blade is a light blue and sky blue that shines dazzlingly and impenetrably. The handguard is bright gold and has the shape of several clouds and mist. The handle is made of a violet blue and gold interweaving. Reference. The Uzumaki stood transfixed, admiring the incredible katana, while the white-haired man smiled, watching his student wield the sword. Sheathing the katana in front of him, the Uzumaki bowed to the white-haired man. Naruto, thank you very much, he says, still bowing. And when he stands up again, the older man holds him by the shoulders. Jiraiya, you have nothing to thank me for, you're my student after all. He quickly gives the redhead a hug before stepping back. Well, it's time for me to go, goodbye tadpole, he says, and in a puff of smoke he leaves, leaving the Uzumaki alone, who stays in his place with a feeling in his chest that he can't identify. It's like a premonition, Konohamaru, I can't do it, he complained as he watched the blue sphere of chakra dissipate. He had managed to master the body flicker technique after a few days, though the Uzumaki kept telling him to learn to do it without hand seals. After that, they began training for the Rasengan. The first step the redhead instructed him to do was rotation. Concentrate his chakra and spin it at high speed. To make it easier, the blue-eyed man gave him a water balloon so he could use his chakra to make the water spin and burst the balloon. However, he still couldn't manage it and asked the Uzumaki what the second step was. The answer was power. He had to concentrate a lot of chakra. Still unable to master the first step, he tried the others, which resulted in failure. Naruto, you haven't mastered the rotation, and you haven't even attempted step 2, so it was to be expected that you wouldn't succeed, he says honestly. You must first learn the 2 steps and then try again. You shouldn't feel bad about failing, after all. Failure is the best teacher, he says, and although frustrated, the boy takes the water balloon to attempt the first step. Hours pass, and the result is still unsuccessful, and the brown-haired boy persists. At one point, the boy is panting and the balloon he was holding slips from his grasp and falls to the ground bursting. The Uzumaki walks over and stops the boy who intends to continue. Naruto, it's important to know when to stop. Determination is important, but it will only take you so far. For now, go rest and we'll try again tomorrow, he says, receiving a frown. Konohamaru, but Naruto Naiken, it's only noon, he complains. Everything would be better if he could manage it. Maybe then the redhead wouldn't want him to leave. All his thoughts are cut short when he receives a sharp blow to the forehead. Naruto, don't frown and don't make faces, he scolds. Failure is part of life and you can't avoid it. So the only option is to keep going and persevere. Pushing yourself to exhaustion won't make you master the jutsu any faster. Rest is important, he says, looking at the boy. There are no shortcuts and no easy paths, you have to accept that, he says seriously, and the boy remains silent, unable to reply or protest, so he reluctantly concedes. Konohamaru, okay, I'll go rest, he says with a grimace that quickly disappears from his expression when he sees the Uzumaki raise his hand to give him another smack. Naruto, come back tomorrow and don't try again today. If you do, I'll know, he warns seriously, and the boy nods and gives him a quick hug before leaving. And it is at that moment that another presence appears. Sai. Naruto greets as he makes himself known, and the redhead directs his indifferent gaze towards him. We were summoned to the Hokage Tower. They have something to inform us. He informs, and the Uzumaki again has a strange feeling, and all he does is nod, and together with the black-haired man he heads to the place. Tsunade, come in, she says, and the black-haired man and the Uzumaki enter the office. The blue-violet eyes scan the place and notice the presence of several toads. Among them a small green toad with white hair and a small brown cape. Naruto, this is Fukasaku-sama, one of the sage toads of Mount Myaboku, and he has come to speak with you, she says, but her expression is unreadable. Fukasaku, is this Jiraiya-chan's student? He asks the blonde while closely observing the redhead who remains indifferent. Tsunade, if so, he is Naruto Uzumaki, she says, introducing the young man who continues to remain silent. Fukasaku, I understand. Well, kid, there's no way to start this, but... He pauses and the indifferent young man feels that strange sensation again. That oppressive feeling he can't identify. Jiraiya-chan is dead, he says. Jiraiya is dead. 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 Jiraiya, dead. The words reach his ears and they block out all subsequent sound. The words resonate in his head, repeating themselves incessantly. 3 words were enough to make him feel lost. He couldn't connect any meaning to those words. Who is Jiraiya? The only things she can glimpse among her hazy memories are white hair and a scandalous voice. Why are they telling him this? Why are they telling her this as if it were something important? Why does she feel that she is? 3 words, and she can't find the answer to why she feels as if something incredibly important has been taken from her, although she can't remember what. 3 words, and her mind is a violent chaos trying to find the answer. 3 words, which she feels are very possibly the worst she will ever receive. But as always, she cannot remember. All the conversations pass by, but he no longer hears. Everything is in a deafening silence. Everything is happening in slow motion in his eyes, and it is as if the world loses color before his gaze. He can already see how all eyes are on him. Perhaps they are waiting for him to say something that shows an expression other than the usual indifferent one. The gift of speech is such a wondrous thing. Words can both destroy and create. They can lift up or destroy a person the moment they are spoken. It is a gift that she doesn't feel she can use right now. The words she tries to articulate vanish from her mind and are lost in the fog before she can even speak them. It's as if all words have run out, as if meaning no longer matters. Words are just that, words that cannot express anything of what she is experiencing. There are many expressions. They represent a large part of us and who we are. They are one of the most powerful tools for expressing our emotions. But the truth is, it's difficult to show an expression when you don't really know what you're feeling. You feel sad, empty, alone, exposed to the elements, but the expression you maintain is indifferent. Sakura, Tsunade, Kakashi, their mouths move, but all he hears is a buzzing sound. The only thing he can identify, and that ties him to reality, are the constant beating of his heart. She feels something running down her face. So hesitantly she raises her trembling hand and touches her face. Identifying what is running down her face as tears. She is crying, and her gems are now bright from the overflowing tears. Why is she crying? Why can't he prevent it? Why can't he stop it? Why does she feel that way? Why does he feel so normal about the situation? She raises both hands. They are trembling and she cannot contain it. Abruptly she brings her hands to her eyes, squeezing and wildly drying the tears, but they do not stop flowing. Why doesn't it stop? Why isn't it working? Why doesn't it stop? That feeling keeps growing and growing. It envelopes and covers him. It embraces him, but the embrace is cold and desolate. It is the complete opposite of what an embrace represents. He wants all of this to stop. He wants all those feelings to disappear. Why can't he stop? Tears continue to run down the young man's indifferent face, and everyone can only be spectators of the pain that Uzumaki may feel despite not showing it. She starts to back away, wanting to get away from everything. Her feet get tangled up and she makes an effort not to stumble. He turns around and leaves the office, no longer hearing the calls of the others. He walks through the streets feeling lost and not knowing where to go, feeling suffocated by all the people. Their feet end up in front of a restaurant. Ichiraku Ramen, says the sign. The place is full of children and adults alike. He can be seen sitting at the bar eating a bowl of ramen. Next to him is another person, but this person is surrounded by mist. She can't recognize him, but she can make out long white hair, black eyes, and a smile. A disembodied, calm voice echoes in her mind. You impress me, Tadpole. You were able to make Orochimaru retreat, the voice said, sounding proud. I'm sure you'll soon surpass me. He continues walking and keeps seeing himself accompanied by the same person, whose image is still blurred by the mist. He hears laughter, jokes, and commotion from that ghostly presence in his mind. He arrives at the forest, with the voice still speaking in his mind, but that intangible and disembodied voice becomes more and more distant until it disappears into the mists of his mind. She feels a fury bubbling beneath every pore of her skin. There are no more tears, her eyes are dry. There is no more sadness, only anger. He starts running and his left hand moves towards his hip, securing the sheath of his katana. His right hand moves to the hilt, beginning to unsheath it, and at that moment he disappears from sight, and the only thing that is perceived is a current of fog snaking quickly until the Uzumaki reappears. All the trees within a radius of 25 meters explode in a powerful storm of savage cuts. Standing amidst the destruction, Uzumaki looks to the sky in rage as the mist completely envelopes him. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, are you sure we should go with Naruto? I think he wants to be alone, she says. Kakashi, Sakura, loneliness is not good right now. Naruto will have to learn to overcome this, he says. Shikamaru, where could he be? He asks the air. Kakashi, I have a good idea, he says, observing the forest and the vast fog that begins to emerge from it. Sigh, this fog, Naruto, he says, though expressionless, and looks at the fog that begins to cover everything. Sakura, this fog is covering the entire village, she says, thinking about how bad the situation is if this is happening. Kakashi, let's continue, he says, starting to venture deeper into the forest. The Uzumaki plunges his katana into the ground while panting heavily. A great destruction spreads. The trees are fallen and in pieces. The ground has countless lacerations. As he stood up again, Uzumaki sensed the presence of several people, for to be specific. He turned to see 3 young people and 1 adult. Sakura, Naruto, she says, but it's almost a whisper as she sees her partner standing in the middle of the chaos. Kakashi, Naruto, your mist is spreading throughout the village. You must stop it, he orders, momentarily forgetting the reason for the redhead's condition. The Uzumaki's gaze is cold, his dull, violet-blue eyes piercing him. Naruto, I know you're going through a difficult time. I know it's sad and you feel like nothing is worthwhile anymore. But you must endure. You must keep going. Even though your pain doesn't disappear, you learn to live with it. I know, I understand, but… He is interrupted. Naruto, shut up, he says, his gaze sharpening and his eyes narrowing to slits. I didn't ask for your advice or lessons, he says curtly. If you went through the same thing, fine. If you were able to face it and overcome it, then I respect that. But that's no use to me. He reproaches the silent silver-haired man. I don't need your pity. I don't need words of encouragement when I don't even know why I'm so sad. I don't need comfort, advice, or motivational talks. His voice grows louder and his tone turns somber. It's easy for you to stand there and talk to me about your experiences, but you have something to hold on to, something to treasure and honor. I have nothing because I don't remember anything. I don't need you to stand there and tell me how to feel or how I should act. All I need is an answer, he shouts, startling them. That's all I need, an answer. Why do I feel this way? Where does this fury and sadness come from? Who was he? And why am I so devastated that he's gone? He falls to his knees, clutching his katana, and they try to approach, but one look is enough to stop them in their tracks. You won't give me that answer. Your presence here is useless, so get out. His gaze turns blood red, and they tremble at the intensity. Kakashi, all right, we'll go. He concedes, and everyone watches him before he and the others walk away and disappear into the mist. The Uzumaki clicks his tongue and in his fury throws his katana, and it flies through the air like a propeller and sticks into the trunk of a tree, or at least what is left of it. The moonlight travels through the mist and reflects off the shimmering leaf, bathing it in its glow. The redhead turns to look at the light and sees something he didn't notice at first, an inscription on the sheet. He moves closer to observe more closely and looks carefully and reads the inscription. Wu Shan Caineng, Mugen Seino, infinite talent. I've heard those words before. Those words had been said to him. Those words are the answer. The answer you're looking for is in those words. Flashback. Jiraiya, let's stop for a moment, he says, blocking the redhead's slash with a kunai. The Uzumaki steps back and sheathes his katana. The two sit on the grass, and the white-haired man smiles at his red-haired student, who maintains an indifferent expression. He's a genius in every sense, a prodigy. He adapts to every situation, generates strategies quickly, and his abilities are above average. Jiraiya, you are someone very special, Tadpole, he says smiling, and the Uzumaki looks at him tilting his head, to which he laughs a little. You possess infinite talent. You will become one of the strongest ninjas. You will be a legend, he says, and confidence is what overflows most in his voice. I believe in you. I know you will achieve it. End of flashback. Standing motionless, his mind begins to wander through the memory. The image of a smiling white-haired man becomes sharp and clear, and the fog that obscured it dissipates. His hand reaches for the hilt, still trembling, but it becomes steady, his fingers wrapping around the handle. He pulls it from the tree trunk and begins to circle it, finally turning around and sheathing it. He begins to walk with strength, firmness, determination, and conviction. He will fulfill his wish. He will become the strongest. He will fulfill the vision that the old man had for him. It's a promise, and he never goes back on them. Chapter 37. Clash of Ideals. Pain versus indifference. Her honey-colored eyes rest on the window, taking in the layer of thick fog that covers the village. With a sigh, her thoughts turn to the image of a young redhead with an impassive expression, but whose eyes were glassy and thick tears were running down them. Sighing again, she couldn't shake the feeling of guilt and frustration that overwhelmed her. She knew the mission was dangerous, yet she hadn't stopped her partner from going. If she had asserted her authority, the Sannin wouldn't have gone on that mission, and he would be alive right now. He hasn't heard anything from Uzumaki since that day either. The only indication that he's still in the village is the surrounding fog. According to Kakashi, the blue-eyed man was frustrated and devastated and didn't want to talk to anyone. Continuing with his work, he tries to push away all those thoughts and trains of thought, signing and sealing the reports of completed missions and placing the uncompleted ones in another pile of files. He's still at his desk when a strong earthquake strikes, causing all the stacks of files to fall to the floor along with other items in his office. He quickly gets up from his desk to see his assistant, Shizune, rush in. "Shizune, Lady Tsunade, we're under attack," she says, and the blonde looks at her perplexed for a moment before acquiring a serious expression. "Tsunade, activate the alarms, and have everyone prepare to neutralize the invaders," she orders, and the dark-haired woman nods before running off while the Hokage calls 2 ANBU squads. "Locate Naruto Uzumaki and report on the invasion as soon as possible," she orders, and one of the squads leaves to carry out the task. The blonde turns to the other squad and is about to give orders when 2 people burst into the place. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha. "Koharu, Tsunade Naruto should not participate in this. It is Akatsuki who are invading us, and we cannot allow them to obtain the Kyubi, 9-tailed beast," he says sternly, and the blonde looks at him expressionlessly. "Hamura, you must tell us Naruto's location. Danzo told us he can protect him while the invasion passes," she says, and the blonde's expressionlessness fades as she narrows her eyes at the 2 old men. "Tsunade, your concern is admirable," she says sarcastically, dragging out her words. "But even I don't know Naruto's current location, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." Both elders glare at her. "With or without my permission, Naruto would participate, and there aren't many people who could oppose him and his decisions." She looks smugly at the furious faces of the 2 advisors. Naruto is a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, one of the greatest prodigies ever seen, and the student of Jiraiya the Sannin. Stop treating him like a child. He is more than capable of achieving anything he sets his mind to, she says, and both old men tremble at the blonde's thunderous expression. "So listen to me carefully, you pair of meddling old men." She advances toward them, grabbing the collars of their robes and lifting them up. "Remember your place. I am the Hokage, and you are mere advisors. You have no say in matters like this, so don't interfere," she declares, releasing them. They both fall to the ground, and she walks past them, followed by the ANBU, unaware that another person was witnessing the scene. "So that's what happened," said the voice of a man with black hair and the right side of his face covered in bandages as he listened to his servant's report. "I would doubt what Tsunade said, but since you said she sent an ANBU squad to locate him without giving a location, it's possible that even she doesn't know where that boy is," he concluded, to which his servant nodded in understanding. "What should I do, Danzo-sama?" he asks in a voice devoid of emotion. "Danzo, find the boy, search the entire village if necessary, and bring him here. If he resists, subdue him, but be careful. If the reports are true, then he is not someone to be trusted," he says, and the other nods and is about to leave when the man adds, "Toryun, you'd better not let me down." The severity in his tone makes the other swallow hard. "Toryun, I won't do it, Danzo-sama," he promises and leaves, leaving the older man alone. "Danzo, soon you will be under my power, Naruto Uzumaki," he says wickedly. Deep within the dense forest behind Mount Hokage, shrouded in mist, a young man sits meditatively on the grass, a sheathed katana resting in his lap. He keeps his eyes closed until he senses someone approaching. Toryun, you're Naruto Uzumaki, aren't you? He said as he approached the boy, who didn't turn to look at him at first, but then stood up and adjusted the katana from his lap to his waist. He turned around, revealing himself to be indeed Naruto Uzumaki. He wears an all-black ensemble, a loose-fitting black hakama that reaches almost to his ankles, a white belt, white Zora sandals, and black tabi socks. A black uwagi with a high white collar, shiny gold buttons, and long sleeves that hug his defined arms and muscles, and a pristine white haori adorned with crimson mist and cloud patterns. The haori, her brilliant red and black hair, is tied in a high ponytail from which a long braid extends, several unruly strands framing her face and forming a wild fringe, as well as cascading down the braid. The blue-violet gems glow faintly, yet still maintain their characteristic impassive gaze. The golden handguard, shaped like mist and clouds, gleams brightly at her waist. Reference: Naruto, who are you? He asks, though his tone shows almost no interest. Toryun, that doesn't matter. Danzo-sama has sent me to escort you to him, he says expressionlessly. It would be best if you came voluntarily, he says, but still prepares for a refusal that doesn't take long to arrive. Naruto, he refused. He states firmly, and in a brief, infinitesimal second, his arm swings in the air, snatching a small insect by its wings before the other's perplexed gaze. The redhead's eyes turn toward the other presence and narrow in warning. The older man moves his arms and a cloud of countless insects begins to emerge. But then the Uzumaki takes a step and, as fleeting as mist, his body vanishes. The other glances sideways at the young man passing by and extends his hand. But, as if unreachable, the image of the redhead fades away. Naruto, I don't know who you are, nor do I care, but... His misty image appears behind him, and then the mist curls and surrounds the older man in arcs and trails. Don't become a hindrance, because hindrances must be eliminated, he says expressionlessly, vanishing once more as all the mist in the place disappears along with him, and the older man falls to the ground with an immeasurable number of cuts, slashes, and lacerations all over his body. Panting, the silver-haired man stared at the expressionless face of the orange-haired Akatsuki member, and with an effort, he stood up to face him. The man before him, along with 5 others, was responsible for the invasion and the great destruction in the village. He had identified himself as the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, and had come in search of the Ninetales inside his student. Pain, tell me, where is the Jinchuriki? He asks again impassively, as he has done since the beginning of his fight against the Jounin. Kakashi, I already told you that's a stupid question, he replies dryly and watches as the opponent's eyes narrow and prepares to resume the fight. But then an enormous pressure is felt, the air becomes dense and heavy, an incredible killing instinct is present and everyone present feels a weight on top of them. Everyone turns to admire the emergence of a great, flaming pillar made of dense, crimson, and incredible chakra. The pillar illuminates the surrounding area before all the chakra twists and curls into a cyclone, the air rushing in with force, swirling and converging into the great vortex. The bubbling, bloody chakra emits luminous pulses that increase the pressure in the air. All the chakra gathers and takes shape. Long ears twitch, sharp fangs gleam, and white eyes blink. A fox, the Kyubi no Yoko, 9-tailed demon fox. Without further ado, the orange-haired man advances toward that spot, expecting to see the Jinchuriki there. The silver-haired man remains momentarily frozen upon seeing the fox's large head before also running in that direction. Lady Hokage, you must see this, he says, pulling the Senju out of her state of concentration. She looks at him, then looks away, perplexed at the sight of the fox's head made entirely of chakra. Tsunade, move! We'll head there, she orders, emerging from her reverie and beginning to move in that direction. Upon arriving at the location, everyone observes the young redhead standing in the middle of all that dense, crimson chakra that begins to dissolve and vanish. The Akatsuki leader arrives and looks at the young man. The Uzumaki looks back and begins to walk one foot in front of the other with elegance, confidence, and firmness, while his long braid is tossed by the wind, as are the unruly curls on his face. Pain. So you've decided to come, Jinchuriki. I imagine it's because you've realized that the best thing to do is surrender, he says neutrally, and the Uzumaki narrows his eyes in his direction. Naruto. I'm surprised by the garbage you have for a brain if you think that assumption is correct, he says emotionlessly as he reaches for the hilt and watches the orange-haired boy's eyes begin to narrow. Why would I go with you when you were the one who murdered Jiraiya-sensei? The only plan I have for you is to erase you from existence, he declares in an expressionless voice, and the other boy stares at him blankly. Pain. Very well, then you will know pain, he says, and from above fall 5 bodies all with the same orange hair and black capes with red clouds. Naruto. You will do it, replies, unsheathing his katana with the blade in front of his face and the inscription Wushan Tsainung, Mugen Seino infinite talent, shining brightly. The Uzumaki advances towards the group at blinding speed and one of the bodies positions itself in front of the others and raises its fist which is covered in metal. The Uzumaki launches a slash that collides with the subject's fist, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave that sends him and the body skidding backwards while a curtain of dust forms. Shikamaru. All right, it's time to prepare for an incredibly destructive fight, he says after seeing the shockwave from a single collision. The others nod in agreement and prepare to watch the fight. Konohamaru. Naruto Naikin will finish off those guys, he affirms, completely confident that his sensei will defeat those subjects. Moegi? Are you sure, Konohamaru? Those guys are very strong and dangerous, she says somewhat uncertainly, and the brown-haired boy looks at her with a frown. Konohamaru. What are you talking about? Naruto Naikin will wipe the floor with those guys, he states confidently again. Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, will Naruto be all right? Don't you think we should help him? She asks, worried about her friend. Kakashi? The thing is, Sakura, I don't think we'd be of any help, he says, the heaviness and frustration palpable in his tone. The truth is, we'd be nothing but a hindrance in a fight like this. He watches as the girl adopts a dejected expression. But I'm sure of one thing. Naruto is now on a completely different level, one that I don't think even I can reach, he says, staring intently at his student. Tsunade. Naruto, I know you can do it. I know you trained until you were exhausted for this moment. I trust you will succeed, she thinks to herself, watching the redhead. The curtain of dust dissipates and a giant centipede with large pincers shoots out of it towards the redhead. He blocks the pincers of the great insect with his katana, and it tries with all its might to push the Uzumaki, but he firmly plants his feet on the ground. Changing his plan, the great insect twists and charges upwards at the redhead, lifting him into the air. As the young man hovered in the air, the giant myriapod lunged upwards to attack. The blue-eyed man twisted mid-air to watch the giant insect approach. He held his katana to his right, ready to strike. Naruto. Kasumi Kenjutsu. He lunges towards the insect, disappearing, and you can see how motes of mist curl around the entire body of the giant centipede. Kasumi no Ro, Miss Do, he whispers, appearing directly on the ground and begins to walk slowly, while behind him the great centipede explodes in a storm of cuts, turning into pieces that fall to the ground. He continues walking towards one of the bodies whose orange hair is tied in a ponytail, but before he can do anything, another body steps in front of him, pulls his hand, and unleashes a barrage of missiles. The Uzumaki dodges one of the many missiles by moving nimbly to the left, then to the right, dodging another. He weaves through a series of turns, evading a large number of missiles while hearing explosions behind him. One of the missiles evades his perception and is centimeters from his face when he jumps, raising his feet, then turns, using the missile for support and jumps. Another barrage of missiles is launched after that one. Uzumaki uses the projectiles as footholds and advances swiftly through the air. He leans on one of the missiles, leaps, and spins in midair to land on another. He jumps again, spins forward, lands on the last missile and makes one final leap. The same body responsible for the bombardment brings its hand back and it twists, the The palm opens and the fingers separate, and a kind of cannon forms and releases a large column of flames that move towards the Uzumaki with the intention of incinerating him. Seeing the flames approaching, the redhead raises his hand, filtering his chakra, which spins and rotates at high speed, and quickly a misty blue sphere appears in his hand. As the flames were about to hit him, the blue-eyed man raised his feet, ending up on his head, and moved his hand, colliding the sphere with the large blaze. Using this as a point of support, the Uzumaki propelled himself forward, giving a spin and evading the flames, being observed by the two perplexed bodies. They try to move, but it's too late, and the inverted silhouette of the redhead appears behind them. The katana moves in a completely horizontal slash, and a line of light can be seen as the Uzumaki falls to the ground, supporting himself on one knee, with the katana extended laterally and towards them, while both heads slip off their bodies and fall to the ground with a dull thud. Pain. I finished off the animal path and the Asura path quickly and almost effortlessly. He also doesn't allow himself to be surprised or hesitate in the face of changes in combat, which suggests great adaptability. I'll have to be more careful, he thinks, observing the swordsman. The Uzumaki starts walking again but is forced to turn to the right as another of the bodies lunges at him. He blocks the body's punch with the blade of his katana. The opponent throws another blow, but the Uzumaki blocks it again with his sword, launching a powerful and rapid barrage of blows that the Uzumaki counters by spinning the katana around him with speed and precision, blocking and deflecting all the blows. Blocking another blow, Uzumaki moves his katana, hilt upward, then reverses his grip, twisting it around his opponent's arm and tossing it into the air. The opponent seems startled, and at that moment, the redhead moves his leg, deflecting his arm upward just as the sword descends and lands in his hand. With his katana in hand, he spins it and, after a swift slash, severs his opponent's arm. He is about to cut off its head as well when a thunderous croak makes him turn up to see an immense brown-feathered bird with a large, sharp beak and 3 legs. The large bird swoops down and he disappears in mist only to reappear meters behind. The giant bird flies overhead before ramming him again. The redhead stops its advance by blocking the large beak, but the force of the bird makes him skid across the ground. However, he manages to stop it completely by planting his feet with more force. Looking beyond the large bird, he sees the same bodies he had already decapitated completely unharmed. So he squints, but he also notices that one of the bodies is much further away than the others. Another attack from the bird snaps him out of his reverie. He deflects his beak to the side, turns diagonally forward, and swings his katana, slicing the bird in half with a single blow. He is quickly attacked by the same body whose arm he had cut off, whose arm is now present again, so he is bewildered. Naruto, something strange is happening, he says to himself as he blocks the Akatsuki member's fist. I decapitated those two and cut off this one's arm, but they regenerated. He looks back at the group as he spins his katana, stopping the blows from his opponent. The remaining bodies move around, forming a circle. They're forming a formation. Why? Before, they were all scattered, but now they're forming. He throws a slash at the Akatsuki member, who blocks it, but Naruto appears behind him. Kasumi Kenjutsu, Mizuiro Sora, Sashis Makasumi, Celestial Sky, Imminent Mist. He throws a powerful thrust at his opponent's head, but the Akatsuki member, still with his back turned, moves his head, dodging the thrust, and moves to counterattack. But the redhead leans on his shoulder and jumps, creating distance. He looks again and sees that all the bodies keep their eyes on the fight, unblinking. They all have the same eyes, and that guy managed to dodge even with his back turned, so they must also share vision, which gives a total of 6 shared viewing angles. It's a problem, he concludes, and then he sees a large missile approaching. The projectile impacts, producing a great explosion, but without giving time for expressions to form or exclamations to be said, the Uzumaki emerges from the smoke, advancing towards the Akatsuki. The same body from before attacks him again, but he skillfully evades the attacks, and with a swift slash the Akatsuki's arm flies off. But the blue-eyed man does not stop and attacks by kicking his opponent's legs, causing him to collapse, and the redhead's foot hits his back without giving him a chance to get up. 2 of the bodies quickly lunge forward with the intention of freeing their ally. They are about to attack the Uzumaki, But just as they are about to hit, the young man explodes in a burst of mist, revealing himself to be a clone. All heads turn sharply upwards when a buzzing sound is heard, and everyone present watches the Uzumaki in the air with a blue sphere of chakra forming in his hand. Konohamaru, "That's the jutsu," he exclaims, then freezes. Tsunade, "That's..." She can't finish her words because she's so surprised. All those present witness an incredible event. The sphere begins to spin and grow. A massive fog appears covering the sphere completely. The wind pressure changes and all the air is forced to converge towards the sphere, enclosing it in a powerful cyclone. The wind swirls, crashing and colliding before bursting abruptly as 4 giant blades form. The powerful sound of a tornado is heard as a great wind shuriken forms around the fog-shrouded sphere. Naruto, futon, wind release, begins to chant as he moves the attack to his side, shocking and surprising everyone. Rasen shuriken, spiral shuriken. He finishes, launching the giant wind shuriken that flies through the air at unparalleled speed. Kakashi. He completes the Rasengan, spiral ball. He says in a whisper, completely stunned by the unparalleled jutsu. He just surpassed the 4th Hokage. The giant shuriken flies through the air, approaching the Akatsuki, but one of the bodies smiles and raises his hands, anticipating the attack. However, at that precise moment, the jutsu abruptly changes direction, revealing a thin, faint, and almost imperceptible thread of chakra emanating from the Uzumaki's middle finger, connected to the shuriken. The jutsu circles the bodies, striking them from behind. The effect is instantaneous, overwhelming, and maddening. As the great shuriken collides, the contained sphere explodes like a bomb, hatching and expanding as it engulfs the Akatsuki. A great dome forms with swift and furious currents of fog and wind swirling around. The powerful howl of the wind can be heard, and it is as if many tornadoes were joining together into one. In a great explosion, the dome dissolves, and all that remains are the remains of the Akatsuki scattered across the ground. Pain. It's a jutsu without equal or comparison. An immeasurable number of micro-needles and wind blades attack simultaneously. It was able to destroy the Asura path, the animal path, and the Preta path in an instant. "It's incredible," he says, unable to deny the power and ingenuity of the attack. Tsunade. He completed the Rasengan, spiral ball. She says, and a smile is born on her face. Naruto. I know Jiraiya is proud where he is. A single tear adorns her cheek, but she quickly wipes it away. The Uzumaki looks indifferently at the result of his attack, raises his katana above his head, and it begins to be enveloped in mist. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu. He falls to the ground, and as soon as his foot touches the earth, he vanishes in a misty flash. Gekka no Senko, moon mist flash. The redhead from Akatsuki can only perceive a current passing by him, and when he turns around, it's too late. The Naraka path is just fragments scattered around the redhead's feet after being severed by 5 cuts, and the young swordsman walks very slowly toward him. Pain. He deduced it, and that's why he eliminated the Naraka path. He thinks to himself, considering the importance of that body. Only the human path and I remain. If I create a breach, human, I could... The words are cut short as he watches the Uzumaki vanish, and all his eyes perceive is a stream of serpentine mist that forms a large spiral as it passes by the human path. Turning around, he sees the Uzumaki standing at the other end, 1 foot in front of the other, his katana pointing downwards. He glances sideways at the decapitated body of the human path. Only I remain, he thinks, but he certainly doesn't feel any panic. His movement is strange, his speed erratic. Initially, he moves nimbly and quickly, yet still predictably and easily followed, and then suddenly he abruptly increases his speed, launching stealthy and lethal attacks. It's clear that dojutsu, techniques, are almost ineffective against him. The Uzumaki takes a few steps while keeping his gaze fixed on the Akatsuki, who returns his gaze with neutrality. Pain. You have been able to overcome my paths, he says simply, and the Uzumaki looks at him carefully. As surprising as that may be, the point is that you understand nothing about this, he says, to which the redhead raises an eyebrow. All I seek is peace, he says, but the blue gems look at him as if he had grown another head. Of course you won't understand. You are angry and want revenge for Sensei's death. I understand that. I have lost things too, and yet that doesn't mean I agree with you or you with me. Sharing the same pain does not imply mutual understanding. No matter the reasons, human beings will seek conflict, and that is precisely what I want to eliminate. My desire is a peaceful world. Jiraiya-sensei fought for this world full of hatred, pain, and aggression, and he still believed he could change it. He was naive. He says, and the Uzumaki feels fury begin to bubble beneath his skin at the blatant insult to his master. If you understood what Naruto, silence, he demands, cutting off the Akatsuki member's monologue. Save your philosophical musings for someone who actually cares, he says, not caring in the slightest whether the words are true or not. And don't you dare speak like that, Jiraiya-sensei. Not when you were the one who killed him. He points his katana at the orange-haired man. Do you think I care about the motivations or goals of someone like you? No. So it's time this all ended, he says and lunges at the Akatsuki member. The orange-haired man stares at him indifferently, his bruised eyes following him intently. Pain, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God, he says monotonously, and the Uzumaki feels as if he has hit a wall before being abruptly thrown backwards. While in the air, Uzumaki manages to recover and land on his feet. However, he feels the crushing pain creeping in and engulfing him, but his indifferent expression prevails as he pushes the pain aside. He attacks again with speed, but he only looks at the Akatsuki and feels it again. It's like an immense wall will hit him hard, and before he realizes it, he's flying again. Kakashi, it's that technique, he says, observing, and begins to travel back to the memory of his confrontation with the Akatsuki. As far as he can understand, it has the ability to repel matter and even jutsu. Naruto, what am I not seeing? He wonders as he twists in the air to fall and skid across the ground and fixes his gaze on his opponent. Something is stopping my advance, but he doesn't seem to be doing anything. He tries again and advances at a greater speed and focuses all his thoughts, senses and instincts on discovering what is happening, and then he predicts it. In just moments, he disappears into mist before the somewhat surprised gaze of the redhead. Naruto, Kasumi Kinjutsu, Omigurashi Kiri, oppressive mist. The mist spreads rapidly, covering everything and engulfing the environment. Standing in the middle of the mist, the Akatsuki looks around and sees the Uzumaki running slowly meters to his right, so he raises a hand and a jet black bar shoots out of it. The black bar passes through the redhead's figure, but it merely dissipates like more mist. The bruised eyes travel to the right to see the Uzumaki approaching. Another black bar is fired, but as before, the image of the blue-eyed man vanishes. Pain. He travels through the fog, occasionally revealing himself in slow motion, but then disappearing, leaving only the illusion of his image. Several images appear around him, moving with unbearable slowness. I have to dispel this fog, he thinks resolutely, raising both hands to the sides and separating his fingers. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent God. Abruptly, the fog dissipates in a great current, and all the images of the redhead vanish, and once again, the Uzumaki is seen being launched through the air. Kakashi. This mist is even denser than the one Naruto has used in the past, and that guy dissipated it quickly, he says, a little astonished. The Uzumaki falls to the ground on his feet, seeing several black bars coming towards him. He swings his katana, cutting and reducing the bars to small fragments. Pain. He can even cut through my chakra jashinki, chakra receiver. He thinks and analyzes how those rods are almost impossible to destroy. I must take his katana, he reflects as he watches the young swordsman approach. The speedy redhead approaches the Akatsuki member and throws a slash at his head, but he dodges it by tilting his head back. Continuing forward, the Uzumaki throws a series of cuts that the opponent, still somewhat confused, manages to evade. He throws a vertical slash, but the blade of his katana is caught by the orange-haired man's hand. Applying more force, the Uzumaki manages to push the Akatsuki member back. However, the latter moves his free hand, placing it in front of his face, and in an instant, he is launched by an invisible and implacable force. The katana slips from his grasp and flies through the air, plunging into the ground meters away from the redhead. Gasping slightly, the Uzumaki feels blood trickle down his face but ignores it, noticing the absence of his sword. Naruto, he separated me from my katana. He thinks, not with alarm but with irritation, but then he sees two black bars approaching rapidly. He advances towards the projectiles and leaps right through the space between both bars while hanging on his back in the air, moves his hands and catches both bars the instant he falls to the ground and throws them at the redhead. The Akatsuki member watches both bars approach but easily dodges them. Then the redhead appears in front of him, but the same force quickly acts again, sending him flying. However, the orange-haired man soon realizes his mistake when he notices that the Uzumaki is quickly heading through the air towards his katana stuck in the ground. Pain. He intentionally took my attack to catapult him towards his sword. He watches the Uzumaki wrap his hand around the hilt of his katana and land on his feet ready to attack, but he steps forward intending to end the fight. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation, he says, joining his palms before a black orb appears between them. The orb flies swiftly toward Uzumaki, sticking to him. In seconds, the ground begins to tremble and crack, debris clinging to the redhead's body. Against his will, he is lifted into the air as massive chunks of earth rise, all converging at the same point. A huge crater forms from the immense landslide. "Ino, what the heck is this jutsu?" she asks while dodging debris flying into the sky. "Tsunade, Naruto!" she exclaims, no longer able to see the Uzumaki's body. "Lady Hokage, shall we intervene?" asks one of the ANBU, and everyone in the squad waits for the answer, which doesn't come because the blonde is frozen. "Pain. Capture of the Jinchuriki. Complete," he says, observing the sphere of earth in the air. He turns his gaze towards the spectators about to walk away when his attention is drawn by the sound of the stone cracking. Everyone looks up at the sky and sees as a section of the large sphere explodes and several pebbles fly through the air. It is soon followed by two more explosions and several pieces of debris shrink but merge back into the sphere. Before the gaze of bruised eyes, a great and ineffable cutting technique is formed, a sphere formed by a canopy of an incalculable number of relentless cuts. A thunderous explosion occurs and all the immeasurable cuts materialize, giving way to unparalleled destruction. The great terrestrial sphere explodes and various debris and pebbles are launched, falling thunderously to the ground. In the sky, the figure of Uzumaki can be seen gripping his katana tightly. It is at that moment that the orange-haired man begins to feel the irritation and annoyance creeping in and overwhelming him. The blue-eyed man falls to the ground, fixing his blue gaze on the Akatsuki member and his annoyed expression. "Pain. All this must end," he says, raising his hands towards the Uzumaki. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Quickly, the Uzumaki is crushed against the crater wall. Blood begins to flow as he feels several of his bones break. Before he can react, another wave of even greater force crushes him against the rock again. He becomes disoriented and staggers, trying to regain his focus, but another attack destroys his attempt. His katana slips through his palms, almost falling, but he manages to secure his grip, only to be shaken by another invisible shockwave. The scene is truly disheartening and raw. Everyone sees the Uzumaki struggling to stay on his feet as his wounds bleed and the sound of bone breaking fills the air. Many begin to move, trying to think of how to help Kakashi, Shikamaru, and several shinobi, while others remain frozen in the Uzumaki's form, Tsunade, Sakura, and Konohamaru. The redhead begins to lower his gaze, feeling weak from blood loss and multiple broken bones. All noise begins to quiet down and become more distant as his eyes begin to narrow and his vision darkens. However, the shout of a familiar voice makes him come out of that state. "Konohamaru, Naruto Naiken!" he shouts and moves his eyes towards him. "Naruto," Konohamaru whispers, recognizing the little boy. "Konohamaru, you can do it! Don't give up, Naruto Naiken!" continues shouting, and his companions begin to do the same, trying to encourage the injured young man. each shouting their own words. Sakura, Naruto, she shouts, coming out of her daze and trying to support her teammate as much as she can. Tsunade, Naruto, she says in a whisper as her hand tightens around the green crystal necklace at her neck. Looking up, Uzumaki felt a gentle touch on his shoulders, an ethereal, warm, and familiar touch. A whispering voice, a calm, affectionate, and ethereal voice. You possess infinite talent. His grip on his katana tightens as he hears the words that recently renewed his determination. You will become a legend. He stands up again, still a little shaky. I believe in you. Behind him, a hazy, bright, and spectral image forms. White hair, black eyes, and a smile he knows. He looks at the increasingly clear figure before turning his gaze forward to the orange-haired man as he feels the touch on his shoulder tighten. I know you will achieve it. His eyes and expression sharpen as he raises the katana. The bruised eyes narrow, sending out another invisible wave. But this time it proves ineffective, as the Uzumaki remains firm and swings his katana in a circular motion, and a circle of mist forms in front of him. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu. He begins his intonation in a firm voice as he continues swinging his katana in a series of circular slashes while taking a few steps. He feels the incoming attacks connect but keeps moving forward through the pain. He starts running while still swinging his katana, and a vortex of mist forms as he speeds forward. Horokiri no. He keeps running, constantly changing course as the vortex and mist dance with him. The Akatsuki raises his hands, and his chakra concentrates, sending another wave of relentless force, more powerful than the previous ones. However, when the wave collides with the Uzumaki, he passes through it, forging a path. It is as if the technique were crystal shattering before the strength and imposing presence of the blue-eyed boy. Uzumaki no Mai, dance of the wandering mist vortex, disappears from the plane, and the only thing visible is the spiraling current of mist that slides through everything in its path, including the Akatsuki. The redhead can be seen behind the orange head as the latter's head slides off his neck. His torso slides off his hips, and his thighs slide off his legs. He had done it, and yet, not everything was over. Chapter 38. Conceptions. Kakashi. He did it, he says in a whisper, watching the Uzumaki fall behind the now dismembered body of the orange-haired man. Tsunade. He did it, she exclaims, snapping out of her reverie and starting to walk towards the redhead. Konohamaru. Yes. Naruto Niken won, he said, celebrating and cheering his sensei's victory, accompanied by his two friends. The Uzumaki turns on his heels and observes with evident disdain the remains of the Akatsuki, his eyes narrowing as he sees a current of chakra flow and vanish in a network of threads leaving the body. His eyes follow the trail, and acting on a hunch, he begins to run, gradually increasing his speed until he disappears in a wisp of mist. Everyone watches him, confusion etched on their faces. Lady Hokage, says an ANBU arriving next to the blonde who turns her honey eyes towards him. They have been able to decode the message that Jiraiya-sama had left, he informs, and the Senju's expression is surprised before she gestures for him to continue, and he hands her a scroll and she unwraps it to read the message. The real one is not among them. He reads it and rereads it. Only 6 words are written on the parchment. He fixes his gaze on where Uzumaki went and understands. The young man went to pursue the true leader of Akatsuki, who apparently was not any of those individuals. Moving at great speed through the forest, Uzumaki focuses on sensing any presence or trace, and he succeeds. Following his sense of perception, the redhead soon glimpses his target. He's coming, said a figure sitting on a throne, and next to him was a blue-haired girl with a paper rose who looked at him doubtfully before suddenly the sun's rays hit them as the walls of the place where they were demolished by large cuts. Through the large opening, the redhead manages to enter what appears to be an immense paper tree. The blue-haired girl adopts a serious expression and begins to attack, launching a barrage of paper shuriken, which the Uzumaki deflects by swinging his katana in a circular motion, creating a current. The blue-eyed boy is about to counterattack when the voice of the other presence becomes noticeable. Stop, says the figure seated on a throne, and the redhead turns to look at him with a penetrating gaze. Wait just a moment, let me speak first, and then you can kill me, but I ask you not to harm Conan, he says. The girl beside him visibly tenses. My name is Nagato. She introduces herself, receiving only a cold, disinterested look from the Uzumaki. Naruto, do you think you're in a position to be asking for things? He says sarcastically. Nagato, I know you won't, but at least let me speak. Naruto, you and I have nothing to talk about, he declares, taking a few steps, but stops abruptly when some paper airplanes crash into the ground, cracking it. Nagato, you hate me and I don't blame you? I totally understand. I've lost a lot too, he says, but the Uzumaki looks at him with disdain. Naruto, that doesn't change anything. You may have gone through the same thing, but that doesn't change the fact that you did the same thing to me, he says, feeling his heart clench as he remembers his teacher. Nagato, you're right, but I only wanted to achieve peace. He receives an impassive look in return. Naruto, it's confirmed. Either you don't have a brain or the one you have isn't working, he says, looking at the other as if he had grown another head. Taking things from others and causing devastation are not acts of peace, he says indifferently. Nagato, only those who experience the pain and suffering of war can understand how necessary peace is, he says solemnly, watching as the redhead's eye twitches in irritation. Naruto, I already told you to keep all your philosophies to yourself, he says irritably. That idea that you can achieve peace through pain is stupid, and if you think it will work, you're naive, he says, seeing the older man's gaze darken. A peace built on blood, bones, and suffering isn't worth it. All you'd achieve with your plan is oppression and subjugation. Involuntary and arbitrary order leads to dissatisfaction, which brings chaos, rebellion, struggle, and opposition. Within your illusion of peace and order, the only thing that would stir would be chaos and anarchy, which would eventually explode into war and more conflict, he says. Nagato, you don't understand. I will make them fear me, so no one will dare to challenge me, and I will eliminate any agitator who does, he says. Naruto, you're the one who doesn't understand. Your solution to everything is to eliminate anything that challenges you, and that's still not peaceful. You think fear would stop people from fighting, but fear has never stopped anyone in the past. You have a very limited understanding of the concepts of peace and pain, he says, growing more irritated as the conversation progresses. Your entire plan is based on your own worldview, which seems to lack understanding when it comes to people. You can understand pain and suffering, but you can't understand people. You expect people to simply bow their heads and obey your orders. But what you need to understand is that someone will always rise up against you, he says. Nagato, then I'll eliminate him, he replies with a frown. Naruto, that's the point. The Akatsuki member's brow furrows even more in confusion. You think eliminating that person would be the solution, but people who stand up and fight against injustice become more than just human. They become a symbol and a banner that can always inspire others. He takes a few steps, observing the Akatsuki member. A person can die, but an idea cannot. Ideas can endure and transcend everything. A man can die, fail, or be executed, but centuries later, an idea can still change everything and inspire someone. Ideas are immortal and indestructible. You murdered my master, but his ideas endure and continue to exist through me, he says, raising his katana. Conan, how would you achieve peace? She asks, surprising her companion and making the redhead look at her. Naruto, peace is something I don't care about right now, so I can't answer you, but enough talk, it's time to end all this, he says, only to be interrupted again to his irritation. Nagato, wait a moment, please kill me but leave her out of it all, let her go, he says, and the redhead sees him about to refuse, knowing that this girl must also have been involved in the death of his master. If you do it, I will bring back everyone who died on this day, he says, and the redhead remains static for a second. Conan, no, she denies, quickly approaching her partner. If you do that, the words die as her eyes begin to glass. Nagato, I must do it. The boy is right. I took so much from so many people. I became another Hanzo and another Danzo, he says slowly, and the Uzumaki recognizes the latter name. With this, at least I can atone for some of my sins, he says, then looks at the blue-eyed boy. Can you promise me you won't hurt Konan? He asks, and although he knows he will die, he wants to leave knowing his friend will be all right. The young swordsman glances from the girl to the other, feeling guilt, pain, suffering, and anguish. Naruto, you have my word, he says seriously and solemnly, receiving a grateful nod. Nagato, thank you, he says, raising his trembling hands and performing a single hand seal. Geto Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Samsara Heavenly Life Technique. He chants, and chakra begins to flow in dense, powerful waves. Right in the middle of the hidden leaf village, a head emerges from the ground. It has the appearance of a samurai, wearing a hat with a kanji for king on it, a prominent shirt collar, and a piece of paper covering its mouth. The lock opens, and the large mouth gapes open, revealing a series of violet flames that quickly die down. At that moment, a vast and countless array of green lights shoot out from its jaws. The lights ascend into the sky before descending like swiftly traveling comets. Inside the large paper tree, the Akatsuki member slowly lowers his hands as his hair begins to turn white before the distressed gaze of the blue-haired girl and the inscrutable gaze of the Uzumaki. Nagato, goodbye Konan, please take care, he says, and in seconds he falls into the cold arms of death. The young redhead watched everything, and at that moment everything began to tremble and shake. The paper tree began to collapse and fall around them. The sun shone down on them as all the paper fell to the ground. The blue-haired girl moves her hand and closes her friend's eyes while also wiping away the tears that are sliding down his cheeks. Naruto, you should leave, I've already taken too long and they might send more shinobi, he says, and the girl nods without even looking at him, then stands up and approaches him. If it's any consolation, I'm sorry, he says, looking at the blue-haired girl. Konan, me too, she replies, offering a sad smile and raising a hand holding a paper rose, placing it behind the ear of the blue-eyed boy who remains neutral. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki, she says, turning around and carrying her friend's body as large paper wings form on her back as she takes off, leaving the redhead behind, who remains in the place for a moment before disappearing in a burst of mist. He walks slowly and unhurriedly towards the village, enjoying the silence and serenity of the forest, following the path, the same path he traveled with his teacher several times. He continues walking, but then he feels footsteps that are not his own. A warm and familiar hand grabs his shoulder in a gentle and immaterial touch, and he hears a whisper in the wind. You did amazing, Tadpole. I'm proud of you. You've already surpassed me. Now keep going and become the strongest. Her eyes well up with tears as she hears that familiar and loving voice speaking to her. Tears run down her face before he can wipe them away. Naruto, I will, Jiraiya-sensei, he promises as he continues onward. In the distance, he begins to glimpse the somewhat destroyed entrance of the village. He continues walking, and that is when he is seen by everyone. His steps continue, and at that moment he is overwhelmed by a great number of cheers and applause. All the villagers shout, whistle, and celebrate the redhead. But as many might expect, Uzumaki only seemed irritated by the whole scandal. Konohamaru, Naruto Naiken, he shouted as he approached at a rapid pace with his two companions, and he ran over the Uzumaki while in a hug. You did it. You defeated the bad guy. You have to teach me that super cool new jutsu? He asks, putting his hands together and looking at the Uzumaki with bright eyes, but the Uzumaki remains neutral. Naruto, first you should learn the Rasengan, Spiral Ball, he says, and the boy frowns. Konohamaru, you're mean, he complains, pouting. Naruto, however, I'm just telling the truth, he says, and the boy snorts. Konohamaru, okay, I'll do my best, he says as the blue-eyed man's hand ruffles his brown hair. Kakashi, it's good that you're all right, Naruto, he says, approaching, and the redhead sees him. Everyone is here to celebrate your victory. You're a hero, and everyone was waiting for you, he says, smiling. Naruto, oh yeah? How cute, he says indifferently, walking away, followed by the three children and their companions, leaving the silver-haired man with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck, who receives pats on the shoulder from the Hokage. Chapter 39. Message from the Hidden Cloud Village. Shikamaru. What a nuisance, he says, huffing as he carries more of the rubble. Naruto. Hey, you little snot-nosed kid. That's the 5th time you've said that, he says indifferently while carrying a large log. Shikamaru. Yes, because it's a nuisance, he replies dryly as he leaves the rubble in a large mound, just as the Uzumaki leaves the large log. Sigh. Yes, but it was the Hokage who asked us to help in any way we can, he says, also helping. Ino. Oh, come on. It's not that bad, she says, looking at Nara, who is giving her a look. Shikamaru. You say that because you're not doing anything, he replies while the blonde makes a face while sitting on a wall, or what's left of it at least. Naruto. The faster we finish, the faster we can leave, so get to work, he says, adding, oh, and be quiet, giving them a narrowed look that sends shivers down their spines. Tsunade. This is the worst, she says, looking at the almost endless columns of files and documents that she must read, sign, and seal. Shizun. The whole invasion has only left us with more work, she says, and she certainly looks as tired as the Hokage. The good thing is that Naruto was able to defeat the Akatsuki, she says, bringing a smile to the blonde's face at the mention of the redhead. Tsunade. He has become incredibly powerful, she says, closing the folder, and her assistant hands her another. He has achieved what Jiraiya could not, and I know that pervert, wherever he is proud. Shizun. That's true. Nods in agreement. Lady Tsunade, I would like to ask if you know why Naruto possesses such a peculiar personality. The Senju gives her a look, not expecting that question. Tsunade. Why are you asking? She inquires in return. Shizun. It's just that it's a little strange, because a few days ago he didn't seem to care at all that everyone was celebrating him, she says, thinking about the incident. Tsunade. Everyone says that Naruto was a cheerful, bubbly, and effervescent child, a mischievous kid who was always playing pranks and wanted everyone to notice him, she said while continuing to review a file. And overnight he changed radically, although I think that in reality no one bothered to really get to know Naruto, she said, closing the folder. Shizun, what do you mean? She asks as she hands over the next folder. Tsunade. People show one face in public and another when they're alone. I believe that all of that wasn't really Naruto, but rather a way he found to cope with such a difficult life as his. I think it was nothing more than a mask hiding his weakness, she says, her expression bitter. Being a Jinchuriki is difficult, and Naruto has been subjected to all kinds of degradation. Shizun, but what about her memory problems? She asks. Tsunade. I don't have an answer to that. Neither did Jiraiya, she says. Shizun. Isn't it possible to explore his mind and help him? It seems that not being able to remember frustrates him, she says. Tsunade. It's not possible to explore the mind of a Jinchuriki, even if they agree. The bijou, tailed beast, can get rid of anyone who enters its container's mind. She adds, Naruto possesses the most powerful bijou, so he won't let anyone enter his mind. Besides, I think he wants to recover his memories on his own. Which one of you is Naruto Uzumaki? Asked a blonde girl who was with a boy with grayish-white hair and a red-haired girl. They were all wearing a shinobi headband with a cloud design. Everyone stops upon hearing the question and turns to look at the 3 visitors. Shikamaru looks at them cautiously, as do Sakura and Sai, while Naruto looks at them bored and irritated by the interruption. Naruto. I answers the question by taking a step forward, and the blonde looks at him for a moment and prepares to speak again when her red-haired companion steps forward. You have to tell us everything you know about Sasuke Uchiha, he demands, pointing towards the group of leaf ninjas. Naruto. Sasuke? He repeats without remembering. Sai. The raven-haired boy Naruto, he says, smiling at the redhead. Sakura? Why do you want to know about Sasuke? She asks seriously. I wasn't talking to you, bubblegum head, the redhead said, glaring at the jade-eyed girl. A vein popped out in her temple, and she braced herself, but the girl continued. Tell me everything you know about the Uchiha, and I'll see to it that he's killed for kidnapping my sensei. If you don't, I'll finish you all off, she threatened, drawing her sword from behind her. Everyone jumped to their feet, but just as she was about to point it at them, the blade shattered into fragments, revealing the Uzumaki with his katana drawn and held at his side. Naruto, do you think you're in a position to come here and demand things from us? He asks in a dangerously neutral voice, looking sharply at the redhead. This isn't your village. You have no authority here. You're a stranger who feels superior and thinks she can do whatever she wants. But that's not the case, he says, taking a step forward, and the girl, against her will, steps back. Please excuse her, said the blonde, advancing towards the redhead. We come from Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud Village. She is Karui, he is Omoi, and I am Samui, she said, placing herself in front of the redhead to prevent her from doing another foolish thing like attacking someone as dangerous as the redhead who managed to disarm her in seconds. Omoi said neutrally, we brought a message from the Raikage for the Hokage. He didn't want to provoke the redhead, having realized after that move that it could be dangerous. Naruto, and they left that until last? He asks, raising an eyebrow, and the white-haired boy smiles slightly. Omoi, Karui is very impulsive and reckless. I apologize for her, he said, receiving an annoyed glare from the redhead. Sakura, why are you looking for Sasuke? She asks, and the white-haired boy looks at her before answering. Omoi, Sasuke Uchiha appeared in our village accompanied by 3 others. They wore Akatsuki cloaks and kidnapped our sensei Killer Bee. He reports, taking down the pink-haired girl. Sakura, it can't be, she whispers, and Yamanaka puts a hand on her shoulder. Naruto, they say you have a message for the Hokage, right? He says, confirming, and receives a nod from the white-haired boy and the blonde girl, and a look from the redhead. Good, follow me, he says, sheathing his katana and gesturing towards those from the Cloud Village. You stay here and follow, I'll be back soon, his companions say, receiving several nods, but the pink-haired girl is about to reply, but a look from those blue-violet gems silences her. The redhead starts walking, followed by the 3 from the cloud, and they are observed by those from the leaf. Shikamaru, I have a feeling more trouble is coming. What a nuisance, he says with a sigh. Sigh, Sasuke is no longer part of our village. Therefore, I don't think we'll be blamed for his actions, he says. Shikamaru, it's true he's a rogue ninja, but most of the time it's the responsibility of each village to take care of their lost ninja. I just hope this doesn't escalate into something even bigger, he says as he continues with his work. Tsunade, come in, she says, thanking God for giving her even a small break from her infamous paperwork. Naruto Uzumaki and 3 young men she doesn't recognize enter her office. Naruto, who are they? She asks. Naruto, they are a team from the Cloud Village, he says expressionlessly. They claim to have a message from a certain Raikage for you, he informs, and the blonde raises an eyebrow at that and returns her gaze to the Cloud Shinobi. Tsunade, what does it want this time? She inquires, and the redhead pulls out a scroll and advances toward the Senju. But the redhead stops her and takes the scroll to hand it to the blonde. Her honey-colored eyes scan the scroll before she looks at the 3 visitors. A summit? I never expected A to be the one to request something like this, especially considering his grudge against our village, she says, but they don't answer, not wanting to incur the Sanin's wrath. If what you want is confirmation, then yes, I will attend the summit, but tell her that if this all turns out to be a waste of time, I will leave, she says, and they nod slowly. The blonde turns to the red-haired Jounin. Naruto, escort them to the village exit and then return here, she orders, receiving a bow from the blue-eyed boy before she sees him leading the Cloud Village members out. What are you planning, oh? She asks herself. Shizen, my lady, I've already brought the rest of the files, she says, entering the office with a large pile of files and papers, and the blonde curses silently. Karui, I order you to tell me what you know, he says, and his partner shakes his head in exasperation. Naruto, I already told you that you don't have the authority to order me around, he says indifferently, making the white-haired boy laugh as the redhead looks like she's about to have a fit. Samui, Karui, that's enough, she says, and the redhead is about to reply, but a look stops her in her tracks. "Omoy, we say goodbye," he says, looking at the redhead who nods disinterestedly. He liked the boy, or maybe it was because he put Karui in his place, and that is admirable. The three of them retreat, starting to walk towards their village, observed by the blue-eyed one who stays there until he can no longer see them and disappears in a Kasumi Shushin, flickering body of mist. Tsunade. As you may have noticed, a summit between the 5 great villages is going to be held. The Raikage, harbors a particular grudge against our village. In the past, he attempted to kidnap members of the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans, but he failed, she says, and the redhead looks at her attentively. It's also because he had a fight against the 4th Hokage and lost, so he's bitter, she says, a little amused. I'm telling you all this because I've decided that you'll be one of my escorts to that blessed summit, and the Raikage can be incredibly annoying and irritating when he wants to be. He also tends to get angry easily, and well, you possess a particular talent for silencing tiresome people, and I give you permission to do so if it crosses the line, she says, receiving a nod. However, the Raikage isn't the only one who resents us. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, also hates us because he lost in the last war, so he'll also be a thorn in his side. Keep that in mind. He receives another nod. With nothing more to say, you may leave, he says, and the Uzumaki bows before disappearing in a burst of mist. So that's what she said, he says, receiving 3 nods. I expected nothing less from Tsunade, he says, though more to himself. He takes a moment before turning back to his shinobi. Is there anything else you need to report? He asks, and the 3 exchange a glance. Omoy, we were unable to gather any information about Sasuke Uchiha, he says, hearing his Kage grunt at the mention of the one who took his brother away. What about that Naruto Uzumaki? He asked. He had heard a while ago that there was still a member of the Uzumaki clan in the Leaf Village, and he was curious. Omoy, we met him. Karui almost got herself killed, he says with a very slight mocking smile, and the girl gives him a death glare. How is that? He asks, squinting. Samui. The boy is skilled and apparently knows Kenjutsu, sword art. He disarmed Karui by cutting his sword into 5 sections. He did it in the blink of an eye, we couldn't see it, she says with a serene expression. That makes sense. The Uzumaki were feared, and it was said that they became even more dangerous when they carried a sword, he says thoughtfully. Omoy. The boy remains serious and indifferent to everything. He remained impassive even while Karui threatened him, he says, still smiling slightly. It is also noticeable that he represents a point of cohesion. His companions did not hesitate to obey him when he gave them an order, he said. That is peculiar. The Uzumaki tended to be temperamental. Of course there were exceptions, but it's still strange, he says, allowing himself to think about it. You can go, he says, and the 3 leave the office, leaving him alone. Chapter 40. Kage Summit. Tsunade. It's good that you're here, she says, looking at the redhead and the silver-haired man who simply nod. I'm about to finish, wait a moment, she says, turning the page and quickly signing. Kakashi, Lady Hokage, do you have any idea what's going to happen at this meeting? He asks. Tsunade. I honestly don't know. It can be very unpredictable, she huffs, closing the folder and getting up from the desk, grabbing her coat and hat as Hokage. Shizune, I trust you to handle everything. Shikaku will help you in any way he can, she says, observing the black-haired woman who nods. But before they can leave, 3 people enter. Danzo, Tsunade, he says, nodding to the blonde as a greeting. Tsunade. Danzo, she says without bothering to hide her disdain in her voice. At the mention of that name, the Uzumaki turns towards the old man with black hair and bandages. Danzo, we heard that you plan to take Naruto as an escort. We don't think that's a good idea, he says, with the other 2 advisors nodding in agreement. Tsunade. And I thought I had already made it clear that you were nothing more than simple advisors with no say in these matters. But I see that the point has not yet been learned, she said, observing the 3 elders expressionlessly. I have already made my decision. Don't expect me to change it just to please you. You have no truly reasonable argument, so if you'll excuse us, we must go, she said. Koharu said, It would do you good to listen to the voice of experience. But she only received a sneer from Senju. Tsunade, it's clear to me that you have a lot, right? She said. Danzo, we're not trying to interfere, we're just trying to give you some advice, he said, and his gaze shifted to the Uzumaki who was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Tsunade, I decide whether or not to follow their advice, she says, walking past them, followed by both Jounin. Kakashi, Naruto, aren't you cold? You should bundle up more, he says, observing the redhead who is only wearing his black outfit. His white haori with crimson clouds, with the addition of a red scarf, his red hair tied in a ponytail while 2 strands frame his face. Naruto, I'm fine, besides that cloak is horrible and you're too delicate, he says, giving a look to the silver-haired man's cloak, which causes a drop of sweat to appear on the back of his neck. Tsunade, Kakashi has a point, Naruto. Aren't you cold? She asks. Naruto, the cold is all in your head, he says expressionlessly. The 3 continue onward until they finally glimpse their destination. Tsunade, we've finally arrived, she says, reaching the entrance to the Land of Iron. The 3 are greeted by samurai guards. Hokage-sama, we were expecting you. Please allow us to take you and your escorts to the meeting room, said one of the guards, receiving a nod from the blonde. You're late, Hokage, he said, seriously observing the blonde who returned his gaze without any problem. Tsunade, yes, you arrived 5 minutes late. Thank you for pointing it out. I'll try not to do it again, she says, sarcasm dripping from her voice, earning a snarl from the rakeage. The Senju sat down in one of the chairs, her Hokage hat resting on the round table. The silver-haired and red-haired Jounin stood behind her, their expressions bored and disinterested. The samurai leader and meeting moderator, Mifune, took the floor. Mifune, all right, now that we're all here, it's time for the meeting to begin. Since the rakeage requested this meeting, he has the floor, he says, giving the blonde man a look. You must already know the danger that Akatsuki poses at this time. You more than anyone Hokage must know it since the leaf was recently invaded, he says, and the blonde narrows her eyes at the chosen words. Tsunade. Indeed, however, in my opinion, we had a good response time and limited the damage to merely material. No lives were lost in the invasion, she said expressionlessly. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, intervenes. Mei, if I may ask, what were the attackers like? She asks, and the blonde looks at her for a moment before nodding and answering. Tsunade. There were 6 of them, each with their own unique abilities. However, the one who can best explain it is Naruto, who is here today, since he was the one who defeated them, she says, seeing incredulous and skeptical faces on everyone except the Kazekage. Gaara. Inoki, you want us to believe that that brat eliminated 5 S-class ninjas? He says sarcastically, and the blonde rolls her eyes in annoyance and prepares a reply, but they get ahead of her. Naruto, whether I created it or not is irrelevant, old man, he says disdainfully. The Hokage seriously tries to suppress the smile on her face as she sees the Tsuchikage's furious expression. The Raikage raises his eyebrows at the boy's audacity in saying that without any fear. The Mizukage looks amused by this and closely observes the redhead. The Kazekage, for his part, has a slight smile. Let's see, there were 6 of them. One could summon beasts, another could create mechanical weapons, another could absorb chakra, and I didn't bother to find out about the others. He pauses, crossing his arms and tilting his head thoughtfully. They possessed a 6-way vision. What one saw, everyone saw. Their eyes were purple with rings, he says, and everyone looks at him closely since it wasn't a very good explanation. Tsunade. They all possessed the Rinnegan, Eye of Samsara, she says, contributing to the explanation as the expressions become even more incredulous. That's not possible, those eyes are a myth, he says, shaking his head. Tsunade. You're free to think whatever helps you sleep at night, she says dismissively, and the blonde man grunts. Inoki, even if it were true, that only makes your story about the brat defeating them even harder to believe, he says, looking annoyed at Uzumaki who doesn't return his gaze. Tsunade. You are asking and we are answering, It's your problem if the answers are not to your liking, she says, and it can be seen that both the Raikage and the Tsuchikage are about to reply. Gaara, I can say that I've seen what Naruto is capable of, and I'd venture to say I've never seen him use his full power. He interjects for the first time, and everyone looks at him carefully at his words. Furthermore, I don't see how Naruto's abilities are of interest in this meeting, he says coldly, and the Hokage smiles. The boy managed to shut those two up. Mifune, the Kazekage is right, he says. Tsunade, now, let's get to the important stuff, she says, looking expressionlessly at the blonde man. Akatsuki has already taken my brother. Sasuke Uchiha kidnapped him, he says grimly, looking at the Senju. Tsunade, Sasuke Uchiha is no longer a member of our village. Therefore, what he does is not our problem, she says, ignoring the silver-haired man's expression. Inoki, all villages must take responsibility for their lost ninjas, he says, and the blonde looks at him sharply. Tsunade, if we're going to talk about that, you should have taken charge of Deidara Kamaruzu a long time ago, she says, and the Kage of the Rock looks at her with annoyance. If it weren't for Naruto, he'd still be causing havoc, she adds, so that everyone looks back at the Uzumaki. Now, tell me, what do you hope to achieve with this whole meeting? She asks frankly. What I hope to achieve is at least a provisional alliance to deal with this threat. Akatsuki already possesses 8 of the 9 Bijou, so we cannot allow them to continue gaining more power, he says, seeing the Hokage's eyebrows rise in surprise. Inoki, that's garbage. Each village must take responsibility for its own safety and its Jinchuriki, he says in an annoyed voice, causing the blonde man's fury. With a demon. Inoki, he says shouts, smashing his fist against the table, opening a hole. In less than a blink, all the escorts position themselves in front of their Kage in protection, except for the Uzumaki who looks bored. Naruto, what a scandal, he thinks, staying by the Hokage's side. Mifune, Raikage, calm down. I will not tolerate such outbursts, he says in reprimand as everyone returns to their place. Tsunade, the idea has merit and I would certainly accept it. But the question here is, will everyone here accept a treaty like that? She asks collectively, and everything falls silent. The Uzumaki, for his part, maintains his characteristic stoic expression, observing everything, but suddenly raises his head. The Senju looks at him doubtfully. Naruto. She receives no answer as the Uzumaki moves his foot, pushing the chair back, and she, consequently, moves her hand toward the hilt of her katana. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Mist Slash. He chants in a neutral voice as the mist appears and he slides forward, delivering an upward slash that splits the table in two. Everyone present is on alert because of the redhead's sudden attack, but then a voice is heard. You're pretty fast. Too bad you couldn't even scratch me, said a guy wearing an orange swirl mask and an Akatsuki cloak behind the redhead. Naruto, you think so? He asks rhetorically, and then a tear is seen in the subject's clothing. In a hazy flash, the redhead appears behind the masked man, slashing at his neck, but unexpectedly the katana passes through the subject without affecting him. Temari, did Naruto fail? She asks next to the Kazekage. Gaara, no, the attack hit, but it didn't work, he says, carefully observing the newcomer. Who the hell are you? He shouts at the Akatsuki. What a temper, but well, many call me Toby, although you can call me Madara Uchiha, he says, and the temperature in the room drops with those words as expressions become harsh. Tsunade, that's impossible. My grandfather, the Shodame Hokage, defeated Madara Uchiha, she exclaims, eyeing the Akatsuki suspiciously. Toby, it is clear that you will not be able to understand many things, but I have come to talk about other topics, he says. Naruto, keep those topics to yourself, he says, and with unprecedented speed, he slashes at the neck again, but it misses again without causing any damage, so he clicks his tongue in irritation. That boy moves at unusual speeds, and he reacted and attacked even before that subject showed himself. He analyzes. Mifune, that katana. He observes it carefully, recognizing it. Toby, how impetuous, he says, observing the redhead, and then turns to look at the blonde. "It was very kind of you, Hokage, to bring me the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi," he says maliciously, and in a second he is behind the Uzumaki holding his shoulder, and a large spiral can be seen appearing and absorbing the blue-eyed man. "Tsunade, Naruto," she says furiously, but then a silhouette falls from the ceiling. The silhouette belongs to the redhead who throws a slash, but the masked man ducks, but even so, part of his mask falls off from the cut. "Toby, you replaced yourself with a clone, huh? Clever," he praises, but receives only indifference. "But you must remain still, for it is time for the story," he says mockingly. "You see, a long time ago there existed a great and powerful beast known as the Jubi, Ten-Tails." He pauses, seeing surprise on the faces of those present. The beast devastated everything in its path, until the Rakuto Sannin, sage of 6 paths, personally confronted the monster and sealed it within himself, crowning himself as the first Jinchuriki in history. He glances around and notices that the Uzumaki seems introspective. When he was about to die, he divided the beast into 9 parts, which are now known as the 9 Bijou. He again sees surprise on those present. And he sealed the empty shell, and that seal is now known as the moon. Akatsuki's plan is to gather the 9 parts to bring back the Jubi, and with its power I will be able to create the Tsukuyami Infinito, a world of illusions, no more wars, no more conflict, only peace. He says, theatrically raising his arms upwards. "Hand over the Jinchuriki to me and it will all end soon. Refuse and you will have to fight against me and all the bijou I possess," he says in a somber voice. However, the answer comes quickly. "We're not handing you over to anyone, you bastard," he shouts, and all the Kages nod in agreement. "Toby, well, for a moment I thought you'd be reasonable, but I see you're not. Prepare for the 4th Shinobi World War," he says, glancing at everyone in the room before collapsing into the Uzumaki. "I have a contender, one who harbors a particular hatred for you and the Leaf Village. My protege Sasuke Uchiha will be here soon. Expect him," he says, disappearing in a spiral. At the mention of the Uchiha, the Raikage's fury reaches new heights. "See, Darui, let's find the bastard," he says with the intention of going through a wall, but a voice stops him dead in his tracks. "Naruto, that won't be necessary," he says stoically, and everyone sees him before the door explodes, and right above, hanging from the ceiling, you can see Sasuke Uchiha with a smile that, in Naruto's opinion, is insane, hateful, and crazy. Chapter 41. A Predestined Battle. Naruto Uzumaki versus Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha scanned the room, taking in the Raikage, who glared at him, perhaps furious because of the attack on his brother, the Kazekage, the Mizukage, and the Tsuchikage, all of whom looked at him seriously. His eyes continued their scan until he swiftly drew his Chikudo, blocking a slash from his former teammate, Naruto Uzumaki. They both look at each other for a moment while they are up there, the Uchiha with intensity and the redhead with indifference. They descend quickly and fall onto the round table, or at least what is left of it. "Sasuke, so you're here too, huh, dope?" he said with an insidious smile, and the Uzumaki stared at him with disinterest. "Naruto, black-haired boy," he said simply, and the other continued to mask his annoyance with his smile. The swordsman lunged at the Uchiha, slashing, but he dodged. A large crack appeared in the wall and floor due to the cut, and the Uchiha acknowledged to himself that he had done the right thing by dodging. The raven-haired man tries to attack the Uzumaki with his Chikudo, but the latter blocks it nimbly with his katana. With a smile, the raven-haired man coats his weapon with electricity, but the redhead vanishes into mist before his eyes. He swings his Chikudo backward, anticipating Uzumaki's movement, but the swordsman is more skillful, using the weapon for leverage to propel himself upward and inverted, before launching a slash. The raven-haired swordsman blocks again with his own weapon. As they separate, Uchiha and Uzumaki stare intently at each other. "Hokage, tell your shinobi not to interfere. I need to know where my brother is," he said, or rather growled, at the blonde who gave him a narrowed look. "Tsunade, you and Inoki have been complaining for a while about each village having to take care of its lost ninjas, Let Naruto handle it, and then we'll interrogate him, she said impassively. He must be tried for his crime against my village, he exclaimed angrily, and the blonde looked at him without being intimidated. Tsunade. He will return to the Leaf Village. There he will be judged. He will return along with his Kekkei Genkai. Don't try to be too clever, she said in warning, and the giant growled. Sasuke, don't expect this to end the same as the last few times. This time I will show you the power of an Uchiha, he asserted with a grim smile as his eyes turned crimson with 3 tomo spinning that later joined the pupil to then form a new shape, a flower formed by 3 perpendicular ellipses. QB, Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscope copy will I, said from the redhead's mind in a gloomy tone. Naruto, your eyes changed. Do you want a reward? He asked, tilting his head. The fox's gloomy state vanished as he let out a laugh. You're still trash, he said emotionlessly, and the Uchiha's expression tightened in anger. The redhead lunged at the Uchiha, slashing. However, a dense, purple chakra surrounded the raven-haired man before condensing into a kind of thorax and ribs. The katana collided with the magenta ribs, causing a shockwave that cracked the ground and shattered the air. Exerting more force, the Uzumaki remains on the offensive, but at a certain moment his gaze connects with that of the raven-haired man, at which point he fell into a genjutsu. Smiling, the Uchiha attacks the stationary Uzumaki with his chikudo, but to his surprise, the blue-violet eyes blinked and the redhead brandished his katana, blocking his attack. The swordsman jumped and spun in the air, taking distance. Naruto. The other raven-haired boy's genjutsu was harder to dispel, he said expressionlessly, and the other raven-haired boy began to be covered in more of that purple chakra. QB, I suggest you get everyone out of here, he said, knowing what was coming, and the Uzumaki placed 2 fingers and positioned his katana perpendicularly, forming a cross. Naruto, Ninpo, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Shadow Clone Jutsu, he said, releasing a cloud of mist that condensed into 7 figures, revealing themselves as clones. The 8 Uzumaki rushed around the room, each collecting whomever they considered important. Gaara, Tsunade, Kakashi, the Mizukage, mostly out of chivalry, and the Kazekage sister. 2 Narutos ran toward the wall, gripping their katanas tightly. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Miss Slash, they said, making 2 simultaneous cuts that collided with the wall, shattering it to pieces. All the clones jumped through the hole in the wall next to those they were carrying. The few that Uzumaki didn't carry also followed the others out of sheer inertia. They all hit the ground and stared in astonishment as the samurai fortress exploded when a great skeletal giant made of chakra emerged, and inside it, the Uchiha with an arrogant expression. The original redhead jumped from the cloud of dust and rubble, falling into a stream surrounding the fortress, and looked somewhat impressed at the great purple colossus. Naruto, well, the trash has learned new tricks, he said with an impassive expression. But what is that? He asked. QB, that's Susanoo, stormy god of courage, he said with a slightly sorrowful voice. Seeing the giant didn't bring back good memories. Anoki, that's the same as Madara Uchiha, he said, inevitably trembling, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Kakashi, Lady Tsunade, didn't I think Naruto would need help? He said, a little nervous, seeing the power of the raven-haired man. Tsunade, no, she said almost immediately, and the silver-haired man looked at her. Don't forget that Naruto faced a Rinnegan, Eye of Samsara, wielder. He can handle this, she said confidently to the redhead. Sasuke, scared dope? You should be, he said, smiling a little deranged, and the Uzumaki looked at him bored. Chidori Nagashi, Thousand Birds Current, he said, moving his hand, causing a great current that shot out. The great electrical current shot out towards the redhead, further destroying the fortress. The Uzumaki moved and the lightning struck the water, causing it to explode, but it continued moving, chasing him, and he ran, dodging. The great discharge pursued him swiftly, however, it never managed to hit him. Sasuke, Chidori Senbon, Needle of 1,000 Birds, he chanted, swinging his hands, and all the electricity compressed into an incredible number of sharp needles. They all shot out, destroying everything in their path. The Uzumaki ran through the water, dodging all the electric needles at great speed. He took a great leap, supporting himself on one of the falling debris. Jumping again, he supported himself on the debris and began to advance, ending up on top. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu, Kasamajiri, Miss/. Intoned, holding his katana straight above his head. The large skeletal hand of the purple humanoid rushed forward to block the sword. The redhead swung his katana in a powerful slash that was blocked. Due to the great collision, a wild and powerful shockwave was produced. Again, debris flew and the air tore. The Uzumaki was thrown back by the shockwave, landing on his feet in the stream. Blood began to run from his arm and hand. His sleeves were torn, but he still held his weapon firmly. You can also see how the hand of the great skeletal colossus is gone, disintegrated by the powerful attack it blocked. The Uchiha watches everything with fury and also descends to the stream, confronting the blue-eyed man. "Sasuke, you didn't get away with it this time, did you?" he said with a smile, eyeing the bleeding arm, but the man remained impassive despite the provocation. However, he was also bothered by the fact that he had caused him to bleed. That was degrading. Without further delay, the Uzumaki lunged towards the Uchiha, who closed one of his eyes and could see blood running from the tear duct before the eye opened, and in a fraction of a second the redhead was enveloped in peculiar jet-black flames. Halting his advance, the Uzumaki watched as the dark flames engulfed him. His eye twitched at the intense heat. The flames pierced his clothing and began to burn his skin. The raven-haired man smiled at the sight of the paralyzed redhead and was about to strike when he saw the Uzumaki raise his right hand, katana in hand. The Uzumaki calms his mind, inhaling and exhaling deeply. His chakra begins to seep through every pore of his skin. The mist envelopes him and he begins to spin his katana like a propeller. In moments, the jet-black flames begin to creep and run through his body, concentrating on the sword under the incredulous gaze of the Uchiha. "Kyubi? This Uchiha doesn't learn even with beatings. There's nothing you can do to corner this kid," he thought huffingly. He could certainly respect the mental speed of his container, using his own chakra to confine the flames to a single point. The blue-violet gems watch her katana covered in black flames for a second before swinging it in a circular motion, causing the flames to rush out and be released from the sword. Returning to his offensive, the redhead appears in front of the raven-haired man, slashing, but the chakra ribs interfere with his attack. However, he does not stop and exerts more force, breaking the magenta ribs and almost reaching the Uchiha, who had to jump and move away. "Sasuke, Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique," he said, firing a large, crackling fireball from his mouth. However, the flaming sphere was split by a slash from the blue-eyed boy who lunged at the Sharingan, copy wielder. He makes a cut, but the raven-haired man blocks it with his chikudo. The Uchiha deflects the redhead's katana and launches a cut at his throat, but the Uzumaki takes a step back, easily evading the attack. The young swordsman lunges at the raven-haired man's chest, but he blocks the advance of his sword with the blade of his chikudo, twisting and deflecting the katana. The Uchiha attempts to stab the redhead, holding his weapon in a reverse grip. However, the Uzumaki falls to the ground sideways and swings his leg, sweeping the feet of the Uchiha, who jumps to evade. But with dizzying speed, the Uzumaki spins on the ground, rising again and launching an oblique slash that hits the chest of the raven-haired man, who appears stunned. He falls into the water again and with his hand traces the bleeding line on his white skin caused by the cut. He glares furiously at Uzumaki and tightens his grip on his chikudo. "Sasuke, Chidori, Thousand Birds," he said and began to advance towards his former teammate with his chikudo in his right hand and his left hand covered in electric chakra. "Naruto, that attack is pointless," he said disdainfully, watching the electricity as he effortlessly caught the Uchiha wrist, stopping his attack. The raven-haired man, without pausing, attacked with his weapon. In response, the redhead grabbed his katana in reverse and blocked the chikudo. "Ew. That boy is extremely skilled for being so young," he says, looking at the red-haired boy. His movements are calculated, elegant, and refined. His swordsmanship is enviable, and he possesses the attitude of a worthy shinobi. He's also very handsome and charming, she said, looking at the Uzumaki with a mischievous glint in her eyes, and on her side, Ao suppressed her snort. Darui. So this is the boy Samui and the others were talking about. Old man, I wouldn't want to fight him, he said, though expressionlessly. See? He's skillful, very strong for being so young, he said simply and evenly. I guess I must admit that someone quite strong, he said in a low growl, needs to know where his brother is. Breaking free from the redhead, the Uchiha takes a step back before attacking again. The Uzumaki holds his katana in one hand, placing the other behind his back. The raven-haired man slashes with his chikudo towards the redhead, but the latter blocks and deflects his attack. In rapid succession, their weapons become mere flashes due to how quickly they swing. The Uchiha continues on the offensive, and the Uzumaki deflects and nullifies each attack with a bored and disinterested expression. Deflecting the opposing weapon again, the blue-eyed man holds his katana in reverse and swiftly places the blade behind the raven-haired man's head, then pulls the hilt towards him, consequently pulling the Uchiha as well. Due to the push, the Sharingan, Kapi Wilai, wielder flies forwards past the Uzumaki, but the Uchiha manages to recover, lands on his feet again, and throws his hand forward. Sasuke, Chidori Iso, sharp spear of 1,000 birds. He pronounced, and several sparks came out of his hand before becoming a powerful discharge that compressed into a blade that lengthened with incredible speed, almost impaling the Uzumaki, but he moved in time. The great blade made of electric chakra lengthened to measure 5 meters. The raven-haired man swings his hand, raising the blade, but the Uzumaki dodges by leaping over him. However, the blade falls and grazes his elbow. Swinging the electric blade upward, the Uchiha brings it down again at great speed, but once more it is evaded by the redhead. Starting to move forward, the young redhead begins to run. However, from the main blade, several blades begin to extend like spikes. The Uzumaki doesn't stop and advances without pausing, skillfully dodging the multiple blades. He jumps, dodging one of them, then falls back, letting himself fall sideways and skidding across the water, passing under another blade. He leaps high into the air. Sasuke, you won't be able to dodge in the air, he said with a sadistic smile and swung the large electric blade again. Anoki, he made such a stupid mistake, he said, observing everything. He was a reckless fool, he muttered, knowing full well that the Hokage could hear him, but she remained impassive. Approaching Uzumaki swiftly and dangerously, the large blade whistled through the air, about to strike. However, a blue sphere of chakra formed in the young man's hand. The redhead spun around in midair, landing upside down, and slammed the sphere against the leaf, dodging it and leaving the Uchiha stunned and the others perplexed. The Uzumaki descended, and as his toe touched the water, he created small ripples before appearing almost instantly in front of the raven-haired man. The katana swings and a thin, luminous line cuts through the Uchiha's neck, severing his head. However, when the body falls, it is not actually a body that falls, but a mere trunk. Looking back, the blue-violet orbs gaze at a panting, jet-black figure. Naruto, you substituted yourself, he noticed with a bored look. All this is starting to irritate me, he said, though expressionlessly. The Uchiha looked at him with anger and rage, since he doesn't even see this fight seriously, a sign that he doesn't take it seriously and mocks him, feeling superior. A dense and powerful purplish chakra enveloped him completely before the skeletal humanoid reformed, but this time the purple bones began to be covered with ligaments and epidermis, then with a kind of clothing, and the large skull transformed into a face that was later covered by a Tengu mask. The great colossus raised his hand and formed a large bow like an arrow, which was fired and flew off at great speed. The Uzumaki sees the large projectile and for the first time adopts a serious expression, furrowing his brow and sharpening his gaze. He spreads his legs and raises one hand as if in greeting. His other hand, which holds his katana, is brought back as his blade extends alongside his face in a thrusting position. Naruto, Kasumi Kenjutsu. He began to intone in a dangerously serious voice. The mist began to make its presence felt and surround him. Hoko Kariki, spear of the imminent mist. He finished intoning and the mist slid over his body and enveloped the blade of his katana, surrounding it in a spiral shape that began to spin at great speed. The great arrow approaches and the katana hurtles forward. The sun reflects off the blade, creating iridescent flashes. Both attacks approach with incredible speed, making the air whistle as they tear through it. A brutal clash occurs as the two attacks engage in a great collision, both fighting and pushing each other in order to gain supremacy, defeat the opponent, and emerge triumphant in this apotheosis. All the surrounding water is violently shaken, a furious wave erupting that displaces the water so forcefully that the earth and mud beneath the surface become clearly visible. The air roars like a beast as the powerful and incredible shock wave tears and rips through it. Spectators watch in amazement, stunned and bewildered, as they take cover. A great roar occurs, followed by a powerful explosion. Both forces make a final effort to overcome each other, the two powers compressing before exploding in a shock wave. The Uzumaki is sent skidding across the surface by the enormous force and pressure, and would have been sent flying were it not for the great firmness with which he planted his feet. The Uchiha, on the other hand, looks brutal and exhausted from all the chakra used, while he also begins to cry tears of blood, his vision blurring and losing clarity, because of which he is unable to react to the rhythm of the Uzumaki who runs towards him with a thrust. However, before the attack could strike the Uchiha, something, or rather someone, intervened. A girl with crimson eyes and red hair. The blue-eyed man stopped dead in his tracks and stared at her, his eyes wide. For a brief and infinitesimal second he sees another person. A woman with beautiful and bright violet eyes and long and lush red hair. A sad and tired but affectionate smile is dedicated to him, and he doesn't know why, but his eyes sting with tears that do not overflow. Still dazed, Uzumaki doesn't notice when Uchiha regains consciousness. In a single instant, everything happens. The redhead looks down and sees a chakra blade pierce his abdomen, exiting through his back. Looking up, he sees a surprised expression and a flash of terror and fear on the face of the redhead girl, who is also being pierced by the blade. Uchiha pierced her too, just to hit him. In seconds, a feeling of anger engulfs him, a seething fury he perceives under every pore. His eyes flicker red for a moment. The blade retracts and blood flows from the wound before a crimson flame of chakra erupts in its place and the wound is closed. The redhead falls into the arms of the raven-haired man who stares impassively at her. Sasuke, she managed to stutter. But the Uchiha didn't answer. He simply left her aside and she, as best she could, stayed afloat in the water with her chakra. Uchiha and Uzumaki locked eyes with intense stares, both lunging forward, locked in a sword duel in which the redhead obviously had the upper hand and advantage. He spun diagonally and delivered a slash that landed squarely on the Uchiha's ribs, followed by a powerful kick to the raven-haired man's lower back, sending him flying. Landing in the water, the Sharingan wielder gasped with exhaustion and glared at his opponent in frustration. Sasuke thought, "Why can't I beat him? Why can't I reach his level? What's the difference between us? Why is it always the same?" He thought in frustration. Every time he and the Uzumaki faced off, there was always an almost abysmal difference between them. Why? What was he doing wrong? What mistakes was he making? As if reading his thoughts, the redhead began to speak. "Naruto, shall I tell you what your mistake is?" he asks, and in seconds he appears before the raven-haired man. But his figure vanishes, leaving only mist, which envelopes him in arcs or a net-like pattern. The Uzumaki reappears behind him, finishing sheathing his katana. "Believing you even have a chance," he says expressionlessly, and then countless delicate and precise cuts spread across the Uchiha with the grace of dew. Blood flows from the wounds, running through his body until it falls into the water and dilutes. His body feels heavy and paralyzed, and time seems to stop. His vision begins to fail and darken until he falls into the darkness of unconsciousness. Seeing the Uchiha's body begin to sink into the water, the redhead is about to lift him up, but the body is sucked into a kind of whirlpool before he can react. "I see he still has a way to go before he can catch you," he said, and the Uzumaki turned to see the same masked figure who had burst into the meeting carrying the Uchiha on his shoulder. "I'll be watching you, Naruto Uzumaki. We'll meet again," he said and began walking backward as he disappeared. Several of the onlookers quickly followed in that direction, hoping to find no trace of him. On the other hand, Uzumaki appears uninterested, turning his gaze back to see the red-haired girl from before standing in the same place. Something about her seems familiar. Her features and chakra are disconcerting. But, what could it be? Chapter 42. An Uzumaki. With a confused expression, Uzumaki began walking towards that red-haired girl. Step by step as he continued to get closer, more doubts appeared in his mind. Reaching the girl, he crouched down beside her, observing her carefully and closely. She was breathing with difficulty and blood was coming out of the wound in her chest. "Naruto, hey," he said softly, and the girl only turned her gaze. She didn't have the strength to turn her head. With her gaze, she observed the redhead who had defeated the raven-haired boy. His chakra is calm and serene, soft yet dense, the girl thought as she analyzed the blue-eyed boy. But he's apathetic and empty, indifferent and nostalgic. It's the aura of someone without purpose, and therefore nothing matters to them. Underneath, there's a warmth and brilliance emanating strongly, she noticed upon closer inspection. She tilted her head, and consequently, her hair, which was held in a braid, fell to one side as well. "Naruto," said a second voice, and the boy looked up to see his pink-haired classmate. "Naruto, pink-haired girl, when did you arrive?" he asked, and the girl crouched down next to him, just like he did. "Sakura, I'll tell you later, okay?" she said, and the redhead looked at her for a moment before nodding. The jade-eyed girl raised her hands and placed them on the redhead's wound. A small mint-green glow appeared in her hands as she slowly closed the wound. The silver-haired jounin approached them while the Hokage argued with the other Kages. "Kakashi, Sakura," he said and looked up at her. "We'll talk later about what you're doing here, for now finish healing her," he instructed with an apathetic expression. Too many things had happened in one day. The pink-haired girl soon finished treating the red-haired girl, although she still needed to rest. The Senju arrived next to them, observing everything carefully, especially the red-haired girl. "Tsunade, it's all over here." A is furious because he hasn't heard from his brother. However, a second meeting has been arranged to sign an alliance and plan what we'll do, she said, sounding somewhat weary of the whole situation. "For now, we'll be leaving and you'll have to come with us," she added, this time looking at the somewhat composed redhead. Everyone started to leave, and the silver-haired man carried the girl on his back. As she walked, she was quite thoughtful. It really hurt her that Sasuke had used her and discarded her as if she were nothing. "Naruto, what's your name?" he asked, interrupting the girl's train of thought. She turned to look at him. The redhead felt strange asking, considering it was very possible she would forget. The other three carefully observed the Uzumaki's interest in the girl. "I'm Karen." The girl introduced herself as she looked at the redhead. "Naruto, I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he introduced himself, and the girl looked at him with a slight widening of her eyes at his surname. "What were you doing with the raven-haired boy?" she asked. The girl remained silent while she thought about what to say. When she was about to open her mouth to pronounce her answer, the blue-eyed boy continued speaking. "If you're going to lie to me, it's better not to say anything," he said, silencing the girl who was looking at him in surprise. "Tsunade, Naruto can read people's chakra and tell if someone is lying. He can also track someone very accurately and even fight while blind," she explained, and the pink-haired girl and the silver-haired boy listened with surprise, as they weren't very clear about this ability of the Uzumaki. "It's a Kekii Genkai of the Uzumaki clan, known as the Kagura Shingon, Kagura Mind's Eye," she said, and the red-haired girl was surprised. Karen thought, "So he can do the same things I can," glancing sideways at the redhead. The reason Orochimaru had kept her with him was because of her healing abilities and her sensory skills. He'd also mentioned that she was part of the Uzumaki clan, though her mother had already told her that. She decided not to reveal that to the Leaf Village as a precaution. "Tsunade, so you got some information from the girl?" she asked, looking at a man with scars on his face and a black trench coat. Ibiki Marino. Ibiki. Nothing very relevant. She only mentioned that the Sannin Orochimaru took her with him to one of his guards, and that shortly after, Sasuke Uchiha took her with him. Everything else is exaggeration that I know is a lie, she reported, letting out a snort as she recalled the redhead's dramas. Tsunade, I understand, she said, leaning back in her chair. Naruto, can I see the girl? He asked, and both his team and the Hokage stared at him. In a cell, Karen Uzumaki can be seen. Of course, no one knows her last name yet. At this moment, she is cursing her luck and also the Uchiha for abandoning her. She was brought here not long ago after being interrogated by a man. She had to overact a bit to elicit sympathy, but it didn't work very well because the interrogator's response was, I asked you for information about Sasuke Uchiha and Kabuto Yakushi, not your life story. In her opinion, it was very rude to her, given how much she had suffered. She stares at a portrait of Sasuke Uchiha in front of her. She no longer knows how she feels about the raven-haired boy. She's still in love with him, but she also hates him for stabbing and discarding her. These are incredibly contradictory feelings. She knows, but that's how things are for her right now. The guards hear the girl begin cursing the portrait, and a drop of sweat falls on the back of their necks. They feel a pang of pity for her, and that's the only reason they didn't take the portrait away. They remain stationed in their positions until the changing of the guard, at which point they withdraw. The redhead approaches the bars of her cell and scans the room to make sure no one is there. Once she's sure, she removes her glasses, revealing a small blade hidden inside. With the small blade, she tears the portrait, revealing a small set of needles and lockpicks. Naruto, even if you escape, do you even have anywhere to go? He asked, and the girl froze, a chill running through her. She slowly turned around and looked at the Uzumaki with a stoic expression. Karen, what are you doing here? She asked, clearly nervous. Naruto, well, I wanted to talk to you, he said simply. Karen, with me? She said in confusion, trying to calm down, and saw the redhead nod. Why? She said this time without stuttering, but slowly. Naruto, there's something about you that's familiar to me, but I'm sure we don't know each other, or so I think, although it may be that I've forgotten you, he said and crouched down, then sat on the ground with his legs crossed in a lotus position. Karen, well, it's true we don't know each other, but Sasuke talked about you, she said carefully. The raven-haired boy always talked about his former teammate, but he never said anything kind. Naruto, Sasuke? He asked, tilting his head. QB. The raven-haired boy Naruto, he said from his subconscious, opening one eye before closing it again and going back to sleep. Naruto, well, you'll have to tell me where you were going, he said, looking seriously at the redhead who shifted uncomfortably. Don't say with the raven-haired boy because that would be completely stupid, he said, but the girl didn't answer. She simply looked at him. She knew it was true. It's a bad idea. That boy doesn't have a place in the world anymore unless he's hating someone. First it was the other raven-haired boy, and now that he's dead, if I remember correctly, he's looking for someone else to hate, she said expressionlessly. He doesn't care about your life. He's already shown that. He only valued your existence based on how useful you were to him. For him, you're just a means to an end, and since you were no longer useful, he discarded you, he said sternly, and the girl remained silent with her gaze lowered. You're being loyal to someone who doesn't care about you. He doesn't deserve to be followed. Value yourself more and don't let him trample on you whenever he pleases, he said, and he wanted to continue speaking, but the redhead raised her gaze, looking at him with teary eyes, and something in him. He moved, unknowingly saddened to see her like this. Instinctively his hand passed through the space between the bars and took the red-eyed girl's hand, squeezing it. Don't cry, he's not worth it, he said softly, and unconsciously his chakra began to emanate. Karen, his chakra is warm and serene, she thought, perceiving it. This boy's chakra had a calming and relaxing effect. The girl remained silent as Uzumaki continued to hold her hand, wiped her tears with her free hand, and looked up and gave a smile to the redhead who, although he did not reciprocate, put on a peaceful expression. Karen, you said I looked familiar to you, she said, and the blue-violet orbs watched her intently. I think I know why. My full name is Karen Uzumaki, she said, and although she hadn't intended to reveal it, she did. After all, the redhead was being kind to her. It was only fair that she tell him the truth. At her words, the Uzumaki's dull, empty gaze changed. His eyes widened and shone slightly. Naruto, are you my family? He asked slowly, feeling an unfamiliar emotion. Karen, well, I suppose so, she said, not wanting to sadden the redhead. For her, it was very special when his dull gaze filled with light. We're like distant relatives, she said, smiling slightly. The other looked at her intently, the corners of his mouth beginning to rise as his gaze shifted to the lockpicks. Then the brightness disappeared, and his expression became stoic. Naruto, you'll leave, he said simply, and the girl looked at him closely. Although his chakra was back to normal, she detected a trace of sadness. I have to go. Think about what I told you, he said, getting up and slowly letting go of the girl's hand. She watched him leave with a little sadness as well. She stood there alone again, thinking. Her gaze fell upon the kit of needles and lockpicks, and she noticed that Uzumaki hadn't taken them from her or called a guard, nor had he told her not to escape. The only thing he said was that she shouldn't go after Sasuke. He was trying to advise her. He saw the tear in the canvas, rejoined both parts, hiding the tools again, and put the portrait aside. He needed to think very carefully about what he was going to do and reflect on the Uzumaki's words.